We are now good to go.
Okay, wonderful. Hello, everybody. Welcome and thank you for being here. I'm calling this meeting to order. This is our leadership session with the PTA and community representatives. We also have community representatives. No, it's just PTA. Okay. So it says, thank you so much for being here. And I have a copy of the questions that were attached to this agenda item. I'm going to print this on this. So you can actually talk about how we're doing this. Should we just give them the floor? Or should we, like, I think we're assuming everybody knows us and
Or perhaps our introduce themselves.
Recording in progress.
if somebody wants to, if you either want to introduce yourselves or if one of you wants to kind of go down the line.
Maybe as we go through our questions.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, as you go through. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
And we do have one of our members on Zoom, I believe, so she can introduce herself as her turn comes up.
Who do we have? Sitting
Who's on?
It should be Nancy Wow.
there? Okay.
Are you ready?
Sorry, you can't see the screen.
No, so we'll log in, so it's on our.
Perfect. Okay, great. I'm not actually one of the council, if someone can like wave at me if I don't notice that Nancy's trying to.
There
speak.
is Nancy.
Hi, Nancy, welcome. Okay, now we're,
Inviting me.
thank you for being here.
Okay. Well, thank you, school board directors, for the opportunity for our PTA team to have a dialogue on what we've determined to be the key topics facing Mercer Island parents right now. We're aware that these questions might not elicit simple answers, but we're grateful to hear from you on these topics so that we can disseminate information to our school communities. Our group represents all school levels, and we are using this dialogue and hopefully more in the future.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Okay,
Yes.
we're keen on using this dialogue and hopefully more in the future to identify ways that PTA can continue to support Mercer Island families at whatever place they're at right now, and in partnership with the school board and the district administration. So with that, I will just kick off our questions. My name is Amanda Stouffer. I am the president-elect of the PTA Council this year, and I have 3 students in the district, 2 at Northwood and 1 at IMS. So we're very grateful to the community for passing the 2 levies in February. What is the philosophy behind spending the funds over time, and who determines the allocation? We noticed the recent survey about how to prioritize the money to improve the athletic fields. What kind of parent, student, and community involvement is there in these decisions and others? And is there an aspect of this process where community groups can advocate for levy dollars for specific items?
Do we want to take that in each board member?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Okay, I'm happy to take that one. Yes, yeah, the 2 levies were great. It was pretty awesome. 70+%. So clearly the sport schools is there. So the levies, 2 things: the M&O levy, the educational programs and operations levy, the district determines. That's mainly in the administration's ballpark to determine how that fund is spent. You know, we make up for funding and where basic education doesn't cover, and they really determine that. The capital projects levy, clearly that's a much more fungible chunk of money. Even in Seattle, they call it the capital projects and athletics levy, you know, in kind of indicating it's presupposed towards athletics. But that affects our buildings, right, and our fields. And we've had a number of ways the community could engage in it. I think in 2012, we built Performing Arts Center additions and the music room additions. As we built the middle school and elementary school, we took again community feedback to build those buildings. And you know, we've got the theater in there, we've got the fields, we've got the lunchroom and its capabilities. All that was all really community input, school input, architecture input. We did the long-range facilities plan, which involved the community, school board members, many other groups to come in and build that. And then in general, so those are the bigger chunks of money, the bonds and stuff like that. Our long-range plan also includes many other activities, field updates, science room updates, those type of things that happen over time. We just kicked off the long-range transportation plan, which is about how we do our electric buses and building out the bus lot and updating our buses. Again, community involvement took place in all of those items. So now, really, I think the elephant in the field, so to speak, is we did all this athletics work. We got a lot of community input around it. What about other things? And so I think we have to figure out how to do that in a thoughtful way. And one of the suggestions, we've had this model for a long-range facilities plan, a long-range transportation plan. How do we think about long-range STEM plans, science, arts, these other types of activities that need to be integrated into this? What we found is in each of these long-range plans, there were significant chunks of money having to be allocated across time. You don't want to be putting electric bus chargers at a school you're going to take down and rebuild next year. So those are the types of things we've got to think about. And to the degree that you come and advocate to the board, and we work with the administration to allocate time on the schedule for it, I think thinking about these long-range type of plans and how they fit into the various chunks of money. Some things might be useful to do in a capital projects budget. Some things might be useful to do in a bond. We have the right expertise that comes along with that to think about how to schedule it and how to best make these right for our school district. I will say in athletics, the only people you come to is the school, really, for the fields. For science and robotics lab and things like that, people came to the schools, and we've got those in the high school now. For arts, we did spend a great deal of time on MICA, and that kind of sucked the oxygen out of improvements there. And I appreciate that now we need to come back and revisit that for our schools. So I'd be super interested in that, in that space, actually.
I want to, those are great explanations. I just want to take a step back and make sure that there's broad understanding of the funding sources. So we have levies and we have bonds, and then, we have our regular budget. So levies are what we vote on that we renew, that we just did. So there's the, like David said, there's the enrichment levy that really is, basic education and basic education plus. And then there's the capital and technology levy. And then there's the transportation levy. We chose not to go out for the transportation levy this year in light of the fact that we didn't need any new diesel buses right now. And also we wanted to have some time to explore electronic vehicle options, which is why we then did ask the administration to work on a long-range transportation plan so that we could do that. We also advocated to our state legislature, to Representative Sen, you can't use transportation levy money until it's signed by the governor, can only be used to buy buses, can't be used for any infrastructure. Electric buses will require infrastructure, both power and the stations themselves. So Representative Sen proposed, and it's been passed, not yet signed by the governor, that to include infrastructure for electronic vehicles in the transportation budget, in the transportation levy. So that's a huge win. It's kind of a, pulling the low-hanging fruit off the tree, but it's huge. And when we make this shift, that's going to be really helpful. Capital and tech levy. Capital levy, it is buildings, but it's really the maintenance of buildings. So it's a new boiler, it's a new roof, it's things that need to happen to keep our buildings up and running. Now, we typically do really well because our maintenance and operations department is amazing, and they keep our 20-year boiler running for 40 years. They keep our roofs. We were hoping not to replace the middle school roof of the old building because we were hoping to tear it down and put up the rest of the middle school, but COVID and other things, we ended up having to do that. So that's where capital levy money goes to, is for fixes. It also goes to, fixes of the fields. With all of the athletic fields, the usage fees that we get go into a sinking fund, and those have to be replaced every 7 years or so for safety reasons. For head concussions and things like that. They wear out, they get too hard, just like grass is too hard. So really that really led us to, actually it was before me, the last capital levy. They knew they needed to do another field because there was a need for it. The question was, where was it going to be? Because we know that grass isn't as safe as the turf fields. There's a lot more injuries on the grass fields, both head injuries and other things. So that and all that money from the usage fees goes into the sinking fund, and that's what pays for the turf resurfaces. There was capital money from the last levy, the one that we're just ending, and then there, because our maintenance and operations department is so amazing and they get things done under time and under budget, we had some money left that had been allocated for other things that went unused because they were able to save money on things. So that's where that money is coming from for the athletic fields. That is happening right now in this summer. Technology is also part of that levy. In the last 6 years, we've used most of that money for infrastructure and the one-to-one iPads. And now there's a plan in place to move forward, and I can't quote it all of what's happening, but basically the ongoing maintenance of our technology, the upgrades that are needed, and any new resources we have. They are studying to see if this is just still no decision's been made, but whether or not we want our high schools to convert to laptops as opposed to the iPad. That's things that are being explored, and that's where that money goes. So bonds are new buildings, new types of buildings. It can be lots of building. I mean, it could be the pool, it could be a new pool, it could be other things like that. And so we are very restricted in how we can use the levy dollars. I think we're less restricted in how we use the bond dollars because as long as we lay it out, there's still restrictions, but as long as we lay it out when going out for the bond, it's known to the community how that has to pass. Levy passes at a rate of 50%. Bonds are 60%. We had a bond fail in 2014. 12-ish.
12 was the failure and
14 was the pass. So if you're not strategic in what you're requesting and the plans that you make, then if it doesn't pass, the buildings don't get built. That's why we decided, 3 years ago now, to do the facilities master plan, which is a document that is on the website. And what we did, we had 40 community members, parents, teachers, staff, former, and from all different areas of the district and all of the schools, come in and really learned about enrollment, learned about the upkeep of the buildings, what kind of shape they're in, and then made recommendations as to not necessarily when, but in what order do we need to start making some progress. And so number 1 was the rest of the middle school. Number 2 was Island Park, based on the life expectancy of the building, and then the structures that are that need to be replaced. So that's as far as the facilities master plan goes. We were doing that in anticipation of a bond at some point in the future. COVID is delaying all of that, but it's still there and it's still happening. So I think it's important to look at not just the last 5 years and not just where capital levy dollars are going, but like David was saying, all of the resources from bonds and levies that have gone into all of our all of the things that makes Mercer Island what it is. And everyone is always open to, the administration is open to it, the board is open to it. I hope people go to you guys and say, hey, we could really use this, and whether you go straight to the administration or go through us, either way, that's all taken into consideration when they develop the plan. Now, because the capital levy, I'm almost done, because the capital levy is repairs, that really is led by our maintenance and operations people. And so they make recommendations, they know the timelines of when things need to be repaired. And you can go look on the website and see the 6-year plan for this capital levy dollars and how they're going to be used and when the anticipated date is. Those are all tentative. Things change. Like we went in and did the vestibules, the security vestibules. That was not part of originally the capital levy, but we used those dollars and shifted things around because that was important at that time to do. So that's just kind of the long and short of it. It's complicated. But the district always wants to hear requests and needs, and nothing will ever happen instantaneously because we're a bureaucracy and systems. But always is interested to know what needs people have because everyone has different experiences.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, real quick, excellent question. So obviously, as David and Deborah articulated, there's an interplay between the long-range facilities plan, which is longer-term bonds, and what's in the technology and capital levy. And there's, I think, a lot of, some fungibility in the capital and technology levy. Certain things that were on the agenda in the previous levy cycle were pushed off, for just financial prudent considerations and weren't done. So I think there's flexibility. And I think every 6 years is sort of a natural time to reconsider and take a look at where we want to go in the future, because situations change, right? Like some of the items that we had 6 years ago were not accomplished in the 6 years for very good reasons. And I think the question for me is, how do we do it in a thoughtful, systemic way that makes sure that everyone is at the table? And some of the examples, right? The Performing Arts Center. I've heard questions that there perhaps hasn't been as much investment in there as there perhaps could be. I think we need to have a conversation that isn't just one-off requests, but at least speaking individually as a board member, I would like to see something that's more systematic, a committee that looks at it, make sure all the stakeholders are part of it. So there's a direction of essentially $45 million, maybe half will go to technology, at least historically, but it doesn't have to, and half to go to capital. And when we just a few weeks ago, there was a conversation about CCR and the culinary arts program. I think that's great, but a classroom for that would cost, I've heard, $600,000. I think there needs to be a discussion of, do we want that in culinary arts, or without making it, the reality is there's finite resources, right? And we need to, I think, in a very clear-eyed way, look at where we want to spend those resources and make sure that the community knows that we've heard all the considerations and what the trade-offs are, and that we're spending those dollars most prudently that'll benefit students the most, and not just because like certain voices are the loudest or know who to ask.
No, I think that's a lot, but I do want to say that I really appreciate these questions. These are really comprehensive kind of issues of areas of concerns or things that we should think about. And in the interest of time, this is kind of, I think, provide the board more conversation on how to adequately address PTA's concern. But just in the interest of time, I also want to make sure, because I see some of them are kind of purely now questions, and some of them are longer system questions. And so I just wanted to offer that to you, given the time that we have. If you want to switch some other questions you want to ask that are a little more relevant now, and some questions that maybe as a board we can get together to further flesh out and respond to you. Right. Just make sure that we cover everything.
I wanted to just jump in on the first question though, and I know we're short on time, but to just say that I am like, I'm agreeing with what other people have said. I think it needs to be done thoughtfully, and it is part of the whole picture, right, of how the district was already planning on spending money of like the sort of long range facilities plan, that kind of thing. But I think as with a lot of other things, kind of post-COVID, I know we're not post-COVID, but as we enter the, let's say, late COVID era, right, that it may be time for a look at a lot of things, like for example, you know, which parts of this facility would better support students' social and emotional recovery as they're kind of returning to more normal life, right? You know, like like, is there anything different now about how we use our classrooms because of how technology use has changed during COVID, right? Like those are some questions for us to just all start thinking about. Also, now that we're kind of emerging from that period of time, like, how has the arts landscape, for example, changed on the island now that it just seemed like Micah was right around the corner for a while there. And so I think people were thinking, oh, we're gonna have this huge theater on the island where we can do X, Y, and Z. Well, that doesn't seem like it's happening now. So, you know, how does that change things? So there's got to be somewhere between, like for sure, we rely a lot on our facilities folks here, who we have a lot of trust in. They're extremely good at what they do. And we rely on them to help us make decisions that will be smart for, like, in terms of like using public funds and like preserve things we have and not do things that have to be undone, you know, 3 years later. But at the same time, we want that voice of students and teachers and parents and community members to be part of the conversation, right? So there's somewhere in between, you know, the district just tells everybody what's going to happen, and, you know, a call-in television show where we all get to vote by dialing like where we want to spend the money, right? Like, that's the spectrum, and so we got to be somewhere in between there. So I think it's really worth talking about, and I'm very grateful that people have brought it up as a topic. So, thank you.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kimberly Miyazawa Frank. I'm a parent here on Mercer Island with my 3 children, a 10th grader at the high school and an 8th grader and a 6th grader at the middle school. And I serve on the PTA Council as the co-VP for DEI. So my question is related to the district's student focus fundamental number 5, which is to foster and embrace diversity, inclusiveness, and equity with a focus on respect and acceptance of every student. And specifically to that fundamental, what priorities and activities is the district planning for the next 1 to 3 years for staff and for students in order to continue to support this objective? And I would editorialize and say that we have appreciated the support and the work in this area thus far, and really are just interested in building on that momentum and continuing. So thank you for that. Oh, and maybe the follow-up, and you might want to add it into your responses. How does this apply to the calendaring process?
So I'm gonna give everybody else a chance to tackle this first if they want.
Well, I think the nice about 5 board members is we all have different perspectives, and we will approach it in different ways. But this question makes me really happy in a sense where, you know, when we do system work, there's the board, there's the community, there's students and administration and teachers. And so this is, you know, when each components of the system have the shared values, then it makes it work a lot faster. And just seeing that this is also a concern, a priority of parents and community, I think it is for the board, that alignment is really important. And so, you know, I'm sure like you've heard before a lot, like, you know, as the board, we put this as a policy, and then the superintendent and her team implement this policy. And, you know, as a person who does a lot of this work, you know, really in all systems, it's really difficult to make system change. We have had a lot of good kind of really exciting innovation and really awesome things throughout our system. But it's either a one-time thing, or it's like for a period of time, or there's no connection. And so even though it's super awesome, but then if we aren't building, you know, all of through from K to, you know, high school, then it's kind of disjointed. And I feel like personally, our system is a little bit disjointed in going towards the DEI work. That's common right? And so I think the work is in how do we embed this fundamental through all the decisions that we make. And it becomes like a mindset that we all have to adopt. But it takes practice, right? It takes practice and it takes accountability from the students who say, hey, you're not hitting the mark. It takes accountability from the community to say, hey, we want to see it that way. And so I think we are, as board members, I could say that we all value this, right? And so how does that play out? I think there's still a lot of work to be done. Definitely, I think that how we can support is we support through a lot of, through board, when we approve the budget and when certain things that for faculty, staff development, to get our faculty and staff to get to a point that they are fluent in EDI work, right? Those are things that we really support. And I think we support through those approving a budget, right? And approving through the books that comes through us. But there's still a lot of system gaps that if it doesn't come to us, we can't be as directly supportive. Through the calendaring process, this applies to what I mean by, is it embedded in everything that we do, right? And I would have to admit that this is the first year I've heard, I've always thought in my head, I complain about Lunar New Year, right? And I would tell you, I grew up in Idaho, so Lunar New Year wasn't really big for me until I went to UW, and all my friends took off Lunar New Year. They took oh, we're not going to school for 3 days. I'm like, what? Right? It was a totally new concept for me. But since I became more Asian, when I came to Seattle, because in Idaho, there was no such thing. And so coming here, I realized, wow, not just the Vietnamese, but all these Asian communities, how they value Lunar New Year. So that was the beginning of my education and recognizing that my friends were taking like 3 days to a week off. And so, but then being on Mercer Island, one of the blessings is being around the Jewish community and recognize also learning about their needs and their tradition. So again, I don't think we're not supportive of it, but it hasn't been embedded in our everyday decision making. And so I hope that as we're moving forward, we are taking, and we're not educated until the community kind of, hey, knock on our doors and educate us. I really appreciate that. And so I hope moving forward that this will become part of our lens and then definitely become part of the calendaring process to make sure that we don't put our students who celebrate and who worship, that are such a critical part of their identity, that they have to make choices, right? And become normalized.
And their staff.
And their staff, right, exactly. And then how we normalize it. And then in that sense, the system really value and celebrate this as part of our community. So I hope we're going there. But like everything, it becomes that mindset, that accountability cycle, and keeping us on track to after a while it becomes a norm.
I will also say that we had a great
Thank
discussion
you.
of this the other day in the Superintendent's Equity Advisory Committee meeting. A really thoughtful discussion about kind of like what, where do you draw the line? Like there are potentially multiple holidays that you could, build into the calendar, but you'd be adding, weeks to the school year, which people might approve of in theory, but in practice would not be happy about at all. So, do you cut it off at, for example, because there's, about, 23-25% Asian, population in our schools, you cut it off with the Lunar New Year and with Jewish holidays because there's 25% Jewish people on the island. Or do you consider, smaller populations when you do? So it was a good discussion about that question, and then about a lot of the logistics of adding extra days into the extra holidays into the school calendar. It's really complicated. I'll just say, I could have guessed it was complicated, but as we kind of went through the discussion, and it was sort of well, here's what happens if you start the school year earlier. It's too hot, at the end of August, and if we don't have air conditioning in the schools, and there's problems with that. And if you shift to later, then you have the same problem with the transcripts you had this year, only much worse, right? And nobody would be happy about that, right? So it's just there's a lot of moving pieces. So as Tam says, it's something that I think is now on everybody's mind and everyone's paying attention to. So kind of as we move forward, it may become more integrated into how we think about it.
But I feel like all the problems have solutions, but what's exciting is that we're having the conversation.
Exactly.
Right, that's really what's exciting.
I would just ask, to put a finer point on this, what are the 3 priorities in DEI for the district in the next 1 to 3 years?
I'm not sure that I can answer that question right now, and I think it's actually really good that you're asking that. I mean, I think that's a question that you can ask of our superintendent. Like, but as a board, I don't know that we've really had a conversation, our current board as it is, about like what are our DEI priorities coming up. So that may be something that a discussion that we should have as kind of those items roll around on our.
Yeah, and as Tam said, in order for us to achieve it, we have to be intentional about it first, right? Until it becomes just part of the way we do business. So if we don't know what the priorities are, it's hard for it to be intentional. It's hard for it to become just part of how we do business.
No, it's a fantastic point, and I would hope that by next year's meeting like this, that we would have a really great answer.
Thank you.
And it's a great conversation to have at your fundamental 5
Right.
monitoring as well.
I also agree, Kimberly. I think it's an ongoing challenge, especially as it's become more politicized now too. Even retaining some of the things we've been doing,
For sure.
is a challenge as well. So, yeah, I agree. It is a heavy lift, and I think we both need to be intentional about what we want to preserve, how we want to rebuild and bring our community along more completely. And then, what else we do next. And also so much of this is human behavior and human mindset. So that also takes time. And as we've talked about, people approach things differently. If you're from South Dakota like me, you get used to some of the things that you are called, and it doesn't matter to you, right? It's not as sensitive to me anymore after being used to it. But I have to appreciate that, it is a bigger deal for other people, and how do we think about that? And how do I take that as seriously as somebody else takes it? So that there is so much of that. I lost, as Tam was saying, I was not Indian in South Dakota. I was the wrong type of Indian. Coming to Seattle, you learn to be a different type of Indian. And how do you embrace that? How do you take that more seriously? Those are big mindset changes for many of us too. So great question. I think we'll have to really think about how to articulate it. I think, DEI advisory committee, it's an opportunity to advocate to the board how we should be thinking about it as well.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that we would love to continue the conversation and be part of that with you. And if I can just offer one piece that has consistently come up in our committee in the past couple of years is really elevating the student voice and kind of how can we prioritize that within this lens of DEI, as well as kind of going back, Tam, to what you were sharing about how do we equip the faculty and the staff to really be trained and have that language and knowledge about it. So that might be a starting point for our discussion.
Thank you. Nancy?
Thank you for being here and allowing me to attend on Zoom. So during the last 2 years of the pandemic, there has been a lot of documented learning loss in students that we know of. Last fall, the district talked about specific steps it was taking to mitigate this learning loss and to continue to bring students to standard coming out of hybrid learning. Can you tell us a bit about how the process is being addressed by the district at each school level as we look ahead into the next school year? Also, related to this, were there any differences noted from years past on the recent standardized testing from the state?
I'm going to defer to the superintendent for this one.
Fred and I will tag team this a little bit on the state testing piece. As you know, your students were tested back in the fall, And the data that we received from that was not as complete because the testing wasn't as complete as we've done previously. And just for everyone to remember that if a student was a 4th grader, they were taking the 3rd grade test in the fall. What we will have here is another window of assessment for the state testing, which we will then be able to bring those results to the board in the spring, probably May-ish, when we have everyone in, and we'll, at that same time, we want to look at the fall, but we're not, the fall data isn't complete. We feel like the spring data is going to be much more complete and will really drive our goals for accelerating our students' learning as they move into the 22-23 year. Specifically, some of the things that we talked about doing are still happening and in place. We did use some of our ESSER dollars that were not a lot, but were some in supporting our students through interventions, particularly at the elementary, by adding in some support for literacy and math. Middle school was a lot about social emotional supports for our kids, because we know that the evidence shows us that if students aren't, particularly at the middle school, if they're not centered in a space where their brain is ready to learn social emotionally, then there is not a lot we can do with academics. And at the high school, we continued again with some staff supporting through the CARES team. And Fred, I'm going to throw it to you for some things I know I've forgotten.
Yeah, I think big picture, one of the things we've tried to really balance this year is the notion of, yes, there is undoubtedly slide, but if you spend all your time trying to just catch students up, you lose out on the valuable opportunity to keep moving forward. And we talked about it in this venue and others, that some of the research around natural disasters where schools been interrupted for long periods of time for hurricanes or whatnot, that when schools and school systems have spent a lot of time trying to go back and recreate the previous year, the students are actually fall further behind than if you keep moving. So a lot of the work that's been done this year, K-8 in particular, around monitoring standards, thinking back to what's essential, and then keep the conversation moving forward. I think our ELA is probably going to continue to be right on where we think it's been in years past. Our math, where there's specific skills, it will be interesting to see what the SBA looks like this spring. It was very focused and targeted into certain standards this year. And so it doesn't, as Superintendent Kowalski said, it doesn't really give us a good picture as to maybe where those can be. High school, on the other hand, and the two of you can jump in on this, I'm not sure that the rigor's been lowered, because I know that students have been working extremely hard, but we did try to have that kind of slow ramp up. Certain classes I heard did better than others with that, but there is a tremendous amount of pressure, and we're balancing that academic rigor and high expectations for learning with also the realities of what our students have faced. But we've tried to put in, certainly the CARES team, our YFS counselors have been a tremendous asset to help support. But as we presented to the board at the last meeting where we brought counselors, our students, there is a higher degree of struggle that our students are facing right now than we've seen historically on Mercer Island. And we're constantly trying to think about what's that rubber band effect of, if you let that rubber band, relax too much, then where's the growth? But if you stretch that up, there's only so much before it snaps. And each student, each staff member have experienced the pandemic in a different way. So finding that, I think the social emotional needs of our students are more, that spectrum is wider than ever. And so I think it's not just about the SBA scores and the test scores, but also about how our students are doing. I don't know if the two of you want to talk about your experience as students, or if this is appropriate, if you want to hear from them as well.
Sure.
I mean, for me, I'm a senior in high school. I would say it varies between my classes in terms of learning loss. I would say for me and a lot of my friends, math is
definitely the one where we're missing it the most because there's concepts that like on Zoom just didn't really stick. And now we're kind of moving forward, and so it's hard to move forward and kind of like build off concepts we didn't really fully understand before with other subjects like English. And definitely is good to be moving forward because I want to like keep learning and improving and going preparing myself for college and all these things. So I'm sure it's a hard thing to balance definitely because different subjects just require different things to go back over.
Just adding on what Dr. Rundle said, I think it's very important to make sure that we are moving forward, but at the same time, we're not going too fast to try to make up for a year, because we'll never make up that sort of year that we might have lost. So I think students are being really good at staying on top of what's learning, or what's, you know, they're staying on top of the learning they need, but also, you know, I think as the rubber band, we want to make sure we're not going to snap the rubber band to the point where students feel like it's too much, where they don't even want to learn. I think there's a very thin line from pushing it to really grow, but not going too far to a point where it's overwhelming. Students don't even want to go to school because it's too much to make up. So.
Thank you for that. I'd rather get to more of your questions if that's okay. Yeah.
My name is Angela Bang, and I'm the co-VP of DEI with Kimberly at the council level. So my question is about communication in general. And I know it's a topic that has been discussed a lot in the past year in the district. You know, we understand that there have been a lot of challenges with communication to the community, particularly with the pandemic and just those challenges. So yeah, I would love to discuss your plans for how you plan to help keep parents better informed and to just open up that two-way communication model that allows families to really feel heard and feel like true stakeholders in the process. And I just want to add one more thing. We moved the high cap question to this question because we felt that that was a good example of a pain point, you know, a place where we could really see some growth needed in terms of communication to the community. And I want to acknowledge and just appreciate that some of those conversations have already started with the district. And so, yeah.
I would love to just talk about communication in general. So there's also not just sort of administration versus families, but there's also the board's communication with families. So we definitely consider communication to be a very high priority. It's one of the, if you look at the list of attributes that we're looking for in the job posting that we did to find Superintendent Kolosky's successor, communication is like one of the top items. And so it's something that we've been talking to people about and looking at. Among other things, I asked for examples of all the candidates' communications to families in their districts, different ones like social media and newsletters and emails from a crisis, you know, so that we would all be able to take a look and see what their communication style was like. So that we have made that a priority, but I think very much that question really is probably going to be answered by Superintendent Kolosky's successor. So as far as like, she can't really make plans at this point for like a whole new communications initiative. So so that's when you may have to wait a little while on the answer to, but I do think that I think that it's more than a two-way thing, communication, right? Because there's sort of like communication in like small bursts, and there's like the big communications, and there's letting people know kind of what to expect as the year goes on. And then there's also like all these different ways of hearing back from people, but then there's like this sort of back and forth, and there are these great conversations like what we had at the Superintendent's Equity Advisory Committee meeting talking about the calendaring, where that was just like a big pool of excellent communication, you know, so it's more complicated than two ways, I would say. And I would also say that I think that the process of the superintendent search has really been great in terms of like hearing from parents and teachers and other staff and students, like what's important to them. And I do hope that whoever takes the helm after Superintendent Kolosky's retirement will make use of that kind of data that came out of that, like, you know, qualitative, I guess, data, but data that came out of that as far as what's important to people. Yeah.
I would just say that I think there's a lot to unpack in communications, and that it's frequently used rather loosely. I think at the superficial, like at least the surface level, communication is dissemination of information. And that can be done better and worse, and there could be a whole discussion on that. But then I think at a deeper level, communication is about listening. And listening requires to engage in a conversation before a conclusion has been reached. Otherwise, you're just telling people what has been decided already. So I think when we talk about what meaningful and deep communications are, we need to talk more thoughtfully about what that looks like. And if it does mean listening to people, how that then manifests in structure. I mean, do we have committees that have roles rather than being receptacles for information? And I think that once we start having those conversations, then we can have deeper conversations.
And as far as the high cap update goes, I don't know if you want to.
We did one for the superintendent teaching and learning advisory just this week, but we don't have it as part of the superintendent report plan for tonight, but we did plan on bringing that information to the board at the next meeting, at the March 24th meeting. So we will certainly provide that information then. I don't, we've got some data and some assessment information that we'll be able to provide to the board at that time.
And there'll be information coming out based on this winter test results. I believe at the end of next week, there's videos, there's PowerPoints, and then there'll be committee meetings with high cap advisory coming up. So lots of things going to be coming between now and spring break.
That's communicating about communication.
Can I add on to Dan's a little bit? I think Dan, when I hear you talk, it makes me think of Magatai is really good at I'm learning so much from you, the logistic communication, right? But when I'm reading about your thing, and I think what you're hitting on, Dan, is how do the community feel like true stakeholders, right? And so it's not just being informed. It's I always say that one of the things that makes Mercer Island unique and elevated than other districts is beyond our physical financial resource. That's really our community who wants to be involved, right? Who wants to be a true partner in this work. And so I think institutions as a whole tend just to do their thing, right? Everybody just do their roles, and then as parent, you get used to being informed. And I think before COVID, maybe that's the case, right? Because we're used to how institutions and how we operate with institutions. But I think COVID, as the world is changing, we realize that, hey, we're all in this together, and how do we stay connected and help shape, the new reality, right, for our children, for our community. And so I think I think in a lot of institutions, there needs to be a different way of what I'm hearing you say, Dan, is interaction, right? Informing each other and then providing feedback as the dissemination. I feel like it is beyond just disseminating information, it's getting community in to be part of the process. And so I think that we have that here in the community that wants to do that. That's really great. And I think the board members are totally open to that relationship. And I think as a whole, administration is very open to, as we're moving forward, how do we make sure that we're changing some of our kind of very linear process to be, like you were saying, kind of like a continuous back and forth relationship model.
One of the things we did during our study session was to identify strategic interests of the board and district and things we've already got going on. For example, the long-range facilities plan would lead to an eventual bond. Our bond actually expires in 2029 thereabouts, so we have to start thinking about that. And that's a big strategic lift for the board, and it involves a dialogue with the community to get there. So we're still, I don't know, 6 years away from that at least, of thinking about a bond, 4 to 6 years. So you start thinking about that now. What does the board put on its calendar so that at least once a year we have these discussions, have the doors open to have tentative plans around what we do and how does the community get involved. It always keeps coming up. What have we done? What do we think we'll do? How have we adjusted? And that formulates a kind of an ongoing dialogue for what we're going to do about rebuilding our schools or using our capital levies. Same thing for whether it's a calendaring effort, that takes time. How does the board think about that? Or step back, think about the DEI efforts we've talked about as well. So there are, I think we identified 10 to 15 of these issues. So that would be a heavy lift to do them all at that same level of rigor. So we've tried to tag sizes along with them. Some are small, some are big. And then as part of our next study session, we will spend some time trying to figure out which ones we can and want to prioritize. Probably a good opportunity to get community input around that as well. But that would allow us to, focus action and resources and time, both from the board and administration on some common goals.
All right, I will go next. I'm Debbie Burke, and I am currently co-president of the PTA at the high school, at Mercer Island High School. And I have 2 children currently in the district. I have a senior this year and an 8th grader. And then I have one who is a sophomore in college, so that has come through the district. And so, okay, so my question is, what steps is the school district taking to reach out to and attract families back to the district that may have left due to either disagreement with policies or curriculum?
One for, I think, Donna and Fred to answer. I know that we've had at least one event that Fred hosted for families that have left the district that were thinking of coming back. That was in January or so.
Yes, we did we did a middle level version and then we did an elementary. I think one of the things that's challenging, Debbie, it's a great question, is, what are all the different reasons why a family might leave the district? And oftentimes it's not any one thing, it's usually a few different aspects. And I've had one-on-one conversations with families who have talked and even tried to recruit some back with conversations around what do we really mean about whether or not it's as poignant as critical race theory and what does that look like, or if it's a broader concept, which is more around just the overall, teaching of sex education with the change in the bills with that related. So there's been individual conversations and some of the larger, but it's rare that it's just about that. A lot of times it becomes conversations that are about, overall pressure that their kids feel, or themes around, whether or not there was adequate support for their child, whether or not it was because they were struggling or advanced. So the conversations tend to kind of mushroom from there. I think it ties though into the questions that Kimberly posed around, what are we really talking about with around diversity and inclusion versus cultural competency versus equity. And when you really start leaning into those conversations and help people understand that no matter where we are in our instruction, that it's not about guilt, shame, and blame, that it's really about empathy and the human condition and leaning into those conversations. But I wish I could say that that was the only reason why people left, but it's usually more complex.
Well, I would say that it's a really important issue for me, and I think as the board, we've been asking the administration to really look into it. One thing I think as a policy before, it was like every 4 years we look at exit data, and then now we've moved it to at least every 2 years to look at exit data. And exit data really is the best to look at why people leave. And of course, there are things that we can't control. But as Fred said, there are things that we can control, and I think ultimately, are we providing a climate that people feel welcome here, and are we offering the services that we need? And so as administration identify what are those issues, I think the board support And how do we do policy to support those needs? How do we, approve a budget, for what those changes to meet dates? At the board level, I see that, but I can say that personally, I'm very concerned about that because as a public school, we should meet the needs of all students, right? And if we're not, we should really see why we are not. And I think the work is being done, hopefully more urgently, because, the people who left are probably feeling that urgency. And so, but I know that the work is being done.
And some of it is down to communication also. I think that there's great work being done in our schools right now in terms of like learning recovery and some of the things that you were hearing about earlier. And people who've been out of the system for a while don't necessarily know now what is being done. And they think, oh, my kid would be so behind if they came back, or they'd be more ahead, and they don't know how their child would sync up. And so I just really encourage people to reach out and ask, talk to, administration, talk to any of us. Like, I'm happy to answer questions about what I know. I personally recruited 3 people into the district this week, so. Yeah, because they had questions and
really look at the numbers that you're looking at. To look at the straight number of fewer students in the district, I think is an unfair number in terms of the work that the administration and our staff is doing. If you've got 100 fewer kindergartners coming into the district based on birth rate and housing prices than graduating seniors the year before, that's something that the district can't control. If you're looking at percentage of, I know you disagree. If you're looking at percentage of, I'm not going to go on and on. If you're looking at percentage of Mercer Island students who go to school off island or in a private school, that's to me the number that the district has control over. So I just would love to have it framed that is directly related to the concern.
Dan, can you make it like 1 minute?
Yeah,
I would love to get to one more.
Real quick,
question.
I just think we need to be clear-eyed about it. I'm sure that when you look at kindergarten versus graduating seniors, historically, people come to the district throughout K through 12. So it's just not an apples to apples comparison. And I think we just need to look at data honestly and then have a conversation.
Okay, do you guys want to squeeze in one more question?
Yeah, we've got 2, one is on social emotional learning and one is on COVID mitigations. I don't know if you're planning on talking about COVID mitigations as the changes happen.
We are, it's going to be part of the superintendent report, so hopefully that will answer this question.
Good. So my name is Michelle Ritter and I am the chairperson with Mercer Island Parent Edge, which is a partner within the PTA Council. And my question is about if you could share specifically what's happening at each school level to ensure that all students feel connected to their school communities and that each student has a trusted adult looking out for their social emotional well-being, that being knowing how much students are struggling right now as we adjust.
I think Fred references a little bit, but at the last meeting, we kind of did brief the board on a lot of the work that is happening in this area. We actually have some assessments that we were, Fred was able to apply for a grant with that starts for kids called the ESPER. We've been utilizing that in our middle school and high school. That tool has then been helping us identify kind of tiers of students and what their needs are, and working with the students and our counselors. The data was alarming because the number of students who are on these safety plans is 4 to 5 times more than we had prior to the pandemic. So we are, of course, relying on our partners at YFS, and then all of our continued work with our coaches in supporting our teachers in the classrooms, in really being aware of our students' social emotional well-being. At the high school, they've had a very strong push during the pandemic, and I know even trying to continue now that every student has a trusted adult in the building, and we strive for that really across all of our system. And a lot of that does come with that professional learning for our staff to know how to be able to have those conversations. And our partnership with Parent Edge is also a great tool and asset for us in supporting parents in that realm as well.
And with that, we are out of time. So thank Thank you so much, everyone, for being so
Thank
well
you.
prepared and having such thoughtful questions. We're gonna take a break for 1 minute, just let people go, get settled in. And yeah, we'll wait. Yes. Yes. Welcome, everyone, to phase 2 of tonight's meeting. Our first item tonight is recognition. Oh, sorry, no, sorry. We have to establish the agenda, sorry.
I move we establish the agenda as published.
Second.
All in favor of establishing the agenda as published, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. That passes by a vote of 5-0. Now the first item is recognition.
So I would like to kick this off as celebrations and recognition. We forgot that celebration part in there. And we're going to start with the celebrations that we have. Joining us here tonight, we've had some students who have had some great success in some athletic endeavors. And so we want to recognize them. And we are going to start with recognizing our state champion at an individual state champion level. We are proud to have a team and an individual. And so first I'm going to ask if our Mercer Island High School freshman Gordon Gibson, if he wouldn't mind coming forward. Gordon won the 3A state championship in the 113-pound weight class on February 19th. He started the state tournament with 3 consecutive victories with wins over Marysville, Getchell, Kelso, and Mount Spokane in the semifinals. In the championship final, okay, I'm going to try to read this really correctly and carefully because they had to write it out because I don't know much about wrestling, but I know that he does. So hopefully I get it right. In the championship final, Gordon battled out from the bottom position and wound up pinning his opponent from Meade at the 4:48 mark of the 3rd and final period.
Yeah.
He finished the season with an absolutely awesome record of 35 wins and only 3 losses. It was an individual championship for Gordon. He couldn't have done it without his teammates. And as he told the Mercer Island Reporter after winning the championship, you have no chance of success in the wrestling room without great training partners. And I owe all of this success to them. The WIAA Wrestling Athlete of the Week for the week of February 20th, which is right after he won the championship. And with him tonight, to honor his recognition, is our wrestling coach, Lee Yankee, if you would stand up. Join him. Gordon's parents are here, Graham and Katie.
Sure, absolutely. I think, thank you, Superintendent Golaski, but I think she undersold a little bit Gordon's accomplishment. Number one, Gordon, I think, is Mercer Island's first ever freshman state champion in wrestling. So that alone is pretty amazing. But number two, especially his path to winning the state championship was especially amazing in that he had to beat 2 kids who he actually lost to earlier in the season on his way to end up making the state finals. He had to beat 2 kids he lost to earlier in the season. That was tough enough as it is, and then in the state finals had to beat a kid who had been ranked at the top of the state the entire year, whereas Gordon came into the state tournament unranked, unheralded, unknown, but he is by no means unranked or unknown anymore. So an amazing accomplishment. I'd say that Gordon especially exemplifies persistence and sticking with it and showing up. He had perfect attendance, the only wrestler on the team we had who did not miss a single thing, a single practice all year. And I just tried to stay out of his way because he's that good. He doesn't need my help for much. So just give him the opportunity to succeed is what it's about. So thank you, Gordon.
Thank you for the nice introduction. And I would just want to thank my coaches, Mr. Janke, for, sacrificing his time away from his family and coming leading our team during practices and tournaments, and Coach Pothoven and Coach Nebel they really came back, and because they don't live on the island, they came back and they gave back to the team that they were once a part of. And Coach Bob Mangino, who he's recorded every single one of my matches and our team's matches since 6th grade. So he's given me a library to look at and kind of study from everything. And obviously my training partners, Chase Warnick, Lincoln Woods, and Jordan Benitez, who Lincoln Woods has been my training partner for the past 2 years, pandemic and everything, and has really helped me improve. And Chase and Jordan have, been great friends, and they've also helped me improve greatly. So I couldn't thank them enough.
Thank you. And we have to do a photo op.
Oh,
So if you wouldn't mind Maybe if the.
Do they stay here? We stay here?
Or they could come behind you and you can stay seated. We've done that before, maybe tie committees over for a little bit. I will let you hand it around.
Yeah.
We'll try.
Thank you. Yeah, right.
So we're gonna do two versions, one with Gordon and coach, and then one with Gordon's parents.
Okay. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. All right. One parent on each side. All right. Sam, Sam, move this way. Yeah, perfect. Okay, 3, 2. All right, thank you.
Great, thank
Next up.
We had a second team that had an outstanding winter season, and I would like to recognize the boys swim and dive team, who, as the Seattle Times put it, overwhelmed the competition at the 3A state championship, also on February 19th, by winning 3 individual state championships, adding 2 second places, winning all 3 relays, and scoring points in all but 1 event to win their 9th team title since 2004. The team finished the tournament with 367.5 points, 109.5 points ahead of second place Lakeside. A truly dominating team performance. Jackson Wynn. Yeah, there is. Jackson Wynn won both the 100 freestyle championship in 45.41 seconds, which is an all-American consideration time, and 100 backstroke championship in a time of 50.71 seconds. Jackson also swam on the first place 200 medley and 200 freestyle relays. Matt Williamson, Matt here? Yeah. There he is. Matt won the 200 freestyle in 141.08 and swam on the winning 400 free relay. The 200 medley relay team of Jackson Wynn, Emmett Ralston, Brandon Peterson, and Matthew Shield set a state record with an all-American automatic time of 1:32.42. The 200 free relay team of Jackson Wynn, Emmett Ralston, Colin Carmichael, and Matthew Shield won with an all-American automatic time of 1:24.16. And the 400 free relay team of Peterson, Evan Liu, Matt Williamson, and Colin Carmichael won with an all-American consideration time of 3 minutes, 8 seconds, 3.13. Mercer Island completed the postseason championship trifecta, first winning Kinko and then districts before netting a triumphant state experience. We're joined tonight by numerous members of the swim and dive team and their parents. I can't see any of them, but wave them if you hear your swimmer's name. First of all, head coach Jenny King. We've had. Also here tonight, assistant coaches Elise Forrester and Sean Sussex. Evan Liu, Jack Seekhouse, Jamie Feinstein, Brandon Peterson, Colin Carmichael, Emmett Ralston, Red Council, Joey Pierce, Jackson Wynn, and Matt Williamson. All of our swimmers here tonight. Congratulations. The swim guard.
All sort of move this way, because just sort of spread out a little bit. So everyone can see everyone. So Donna can see Jenny and Jenny.
Donna said everything I would have said. Just thank you very much for your support. I wanted to congratulate Gordon and Lee for their wonderful accomplishments. It's awesome for Gordon, having been a longtime Islander. It's great to see success in wrestling. Obviously, I'm very proud of my boys and what we were able to accomplish. Winning state this year, winning state a year and a half ago. We didn't have a state meet last year, so kind of being able to repeat was really nice. We felt really strong about our chances going into the season, being able to come out and going undefeated all year. These boys were very committed, very dedicated. They worked very, very hard, and to have 3 relay victories, 2 individual victories, and to every one of these guys that swam in prelims, they all made their, they all came back and swam in finals, which is really hard to do. So it was a true team victory, and I'm really proud of not only the boys that stand up here, but the entire SWAT team. So thanks for your support.
Mr. Henry, how would you like to do a picture? Do you want the swim team to come
Yes,
in
do any
behind?
of the team members have anything to say or anything, any thoughts, or we can just go straight to a team picture? Team picture. All right. Back there. You gotta get a picture of this stale team here. Look at this. It's too much football, you gotta turn over change. They got How about you guys all line up behind them underneath the school district sign? Text.
As long as you can see the road.
Yeah.
I know.
We got a traffic sign right there.
They earn them. We get Johnny in.
Can we move down a little bit?
Yeah.
A little bit more?
No, in the middle. Here.
All right. All right. All right, make sure I can get everyone in here. All right, here we go. 3, 2. Hold on. I probably should have a photo. We're doing video.
We'll give parents the option to.
3, 2, 1. All right, there we go. Did we have any parents that wanted to be in a photo?
Come on up, parents, if you want to be in the photo, or if you just like to get your photo off.
Come on, guys. Come
All right. We're all in? Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
It is like, exactly. I think.
So that was the celebration part of celebration recognition, but we do have some recognition for the month of March. March is identified as Women in History Month. And during my superintendent report, I'm going to go a little bit over what occurred in February for Black History Month and give you a little preview of what schools have planned for Women in History Month. As you can see in the board agenda, President Biden did do a proclamation in March of 2022 as Women in History Month to honor the vital contribution of women to our nation's history. And there's a website for those who want to take a look, a deeper dive, to join in commemorating and encouraging the study, observance, and celebration of the crucial role of women in American history. And I do love this theme in light of where we are in coming out of the pandemic. This year's theme is Women Providing Healing and Promoting Hope. And like I said, I'll share a little bit about what our schools are going to be doing for March. Also in February, as per every year, Governor Inslee issued a proclamation declaring the week of March 14th through the 18th of 2022 as Education Support Professional Week. This tradition was initiated by the public school employees of Washington in 1975 to recognize the ongoing contributions of education support professionals in the public school system and to thank them for their contributions they make to the state and their communities. And we know that our paraprofessionals and all of the other education support professionals in our schools are greatly appreciated and do such significant and important work for our students at all levels. So we'll be focused on some of those things during the month of March.
Okay, that brings us to public input. I have more that I read, sorry. Okay. It's like every time, okay. Sorry. Okay, thank you, everyone. The meeting is a meeting of the board in public. It is not a public meeting that guarantees interaction between members of the public and members of the board. If you would like to address the board on a particular issue, please complete the form please submit the form to the board secretary at least 60 minutes prior to the meeting, as many people have done today. We've got 12 people on the public meeting, the public input list for today. When addressing the board at the meeting, please limit your remarks to not more than 3 minutes. Appoint a spokesperson if the concern is a group concern, and if desired, you may provide written documentation to the board secretary or to the board directly. Public comments that name or otherwise identify a district student are not permitted without permission of that student's parent or legal guardian. The board may direct the superintendent to respond at a later date to the issues expressed. Thank you. And with that, we start with Jenny McPherson.
Yeah. You can kick us out and bring the house down after all that stuff. Okay, perfect, thank you. So hello, my name is Jenny McPherson, and I'm here to address the lack of levy dollars allocated to funding arts programming in our district. I first would like to thank the board members and district employees who have taken the time to meet with me and Jennifer Selby over the past couple of weeks regarding this topic. Jennifer has been instrumental in collecting data and collaborating with art programs, educators, and booster boards. As president of Drama Boosters, I am here representing the drama program. I've been on the Drama Booster board since inception in 2017 and have 2 kids that have gone through the district K through 12, both participating in drama. Through the years, I've been involved in all aspects of supporting Miss Melgar and the drama productions. Much of this time has been spent in the Performing Arts Center, or the PAC. The PAC is 25 years old, and in those 25 years, little to no investment in upgrades have been made, save for a minor sound system upgrade a few years ago that was installed with no input from drama and theater tech teachers, and therefore was not the right equipment and made no impact. Currently, there are numerous safety concerns in the PAC, one of which, the fly rail system, is addressed in a 41-page report from an outside consultant. Another is the catwalk, which is missing sections of railing, and therefore too dangerous for students and theater tech to use for training on spotlights. Speaking of theater tech, it's a CCR class in which students are being trained in a production booth and on sound and light equipment that is so woefully outdated that none of their skills are transferable. The PAC is shared by all performing art classes, as well as used for all district and PTA sponsored speakers and events. But it's the drama program's classroom in use 4 periods each day and frequently after school for rehearsals. Whenever a rehearsal or performance or event is scheduled for other programming, drama is displaced and must find alternative space to hold class or rehearsal, as Ms. Melgar does not have separate dedicated classroom space. The number one reason families move to Mercer Island is for our schools. Our district offers robust and diverse arts programs reaching over 1,000 students each year, and these classes are curriculum taught by amazing and dedicated teachers, yet no funding or district collaboration with arts educators takes place, and our students perform in a subpar space with poor acoustics, outdated equipment, and a host of safety concerns. Our community just voted in a new 6-year levy as the prior 6-year levy is set to expire. Over the 12-year span of these 2 combined levies, $43 million will be collected, $20 million of which has been allocated to fund capital projects for new field and lifespan upgrades and improvements that support athletics, which are extracurricular activities. Do you know how much is allocated to performing arts? $250,000. $250,000 out of 43 million over 12 years for the arts. I find this embarrassing and unacceptable. I ask the board and district to please make positive change and provide equitable funding for the arts. The PAC is in dire need of a lifespan upgrade and improvements itself, and Dramamine is dedicated classroom space. I ask the board and district to initiate open and inclusive communications with arts educators, giving them the recognition and respect they deserve, as well as to provide our It's my last sentence.
Yes.
As well as provide our students the facilities, technology, and resources necessary for proper instruction and performance. We do look forward to our continued open conversations that we've begun, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Sharon.
Look at us, we're like an order.
I know.
Oh, wait, do I get my picture?
This meeting is going to spend a lot longer.
I brought my mom.
The bell hasn't started yet. Time has started.
It's on the screen, you can see that.
Yeah, okay, good. Excuse my back. Oh, okay. Oh, it's insane. Okay. Well, good evening, everybody, and thank you for your time. For those who don't know me, I'm popping up already. I'm Sharon Singh, and I'm the president of the Mercer Island Orchestra Boosters. And I am thrilled to be collaborating with my fellow Island Arts Booster parents as we are working with one collective voice to benefit the many hundreds and hundreds of students in our arts programs. And I am very pleased to hear that you all agree with us and that we need to spend on arts, which is very overdue. So thank you very much. So our dear orchestra director, Vicky White-Multoon, will soon be retiring, as you all know. And Mrs. Multoon is the grandmother figure to thousands of present and alumni students, and many of our orchestra parents. Her. Mrs. Multoon has a long, vivid memory and can tell you all about the state of the art and the cutting edge of what the PAC originally was told it would be. However, there were obvious shortcomings from day one when it was opened. And so unfortunately, if only someone had asked her for her thoughts about the plans, we probably wouldn't be in the situation we're in. Mrs. Multoon can also tell you about the history of the very now sad and unusable grand piano, which we're all desperately wanting replaced. One memory is that there never used to be double doors in which to take the piano through onto the stage. So parents, students, teachers, custodians, and probably all of them working together would literally pick up the piano, turn it on its side, lean it on a dolly, and push it through a single door and out onto the stage. Well, now after 50 years of hard use, yes, it was purchased in 1972, used. It was 6 years old when we purchased it. Okay, so it is literally unusable now, and it is beyond time to invest in a new one. It is my dream to surprise Mrs. Multoon. I don't know if she's streaming and watching, but at her final concert at the Mercer Island with a sparkling new and playable grand piano. Imagine that. So, as many families do, my husband and I moved from Kirkland to Mercer Island 7 years ago, so that our two sons could go to school here. I know that you care about children, our children, and all of the students here on the island, and otherwise none of you would be in the roles that you are in. So thank you so much for your support, and I look forward to working with all of you as we plan together.
Thank you, Sharon. Next up, we have Marnie Shepherd.
everyone. I'm trying not to fall that myself. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Marty Shepherd, and I am the current president of the Fine Arts Advisory Council. This council has been supporting the arts in this community for over 40 years. We joyfully put on Showcase, an annual event that is cherished by this district. We as a community love the arts. We value creativity, and we want stronger creative outlets and opportunities for our students today. That being said, I'm so happy to say that I stand here together with all of our arts boosters representing choir, drama, orchestra, and band. We all want to provide the very best arts education for our Mercer Island School District students, and we are aligned in this desire. What I love about the MI Arts programs currently is that the students get to thrive with creativity as their voice in an environment where their expression is welcomed and encouraged by our amazing arts teachers. Our immediate needs for funding for the visual arts programs for the 4 elementary schools are as follows. Funding for another elementary arts teacher. So there would be 4 full-time elementary art teachers, 1 for each elementary school. This is a necessity, and this has been a goal of this community's and our FAC board now for decades. Kelly Tran teaches both of the schools in Northwood and Lakewood, teaching over 1,000 students a month. Currently, 3 of our 4 elementary schools provide art lessons in portables with access to no water, no storage, and in most cases in a shared space with other programs. That is not okay. We need a dedicated art studio space to run arts classes with sinks, with storage for each elementary school. Elementary art lessons need to be provided to our elementary students once a week as our state mandates. Currently, we provide 3 art lessons a month for our elementary students. The immediate needs for the arts in the elementary schools is an art gallery at all the 4 schools that is not just a hallway or a wall or an entryway. An additional request from the elementary art teachers is an art studio makerspace and using the Northwick Art Room as a good model to repeat for all the other schools involved. Our immediate needs for funding for the fine arts classes offered at the middle school are as follows. Allocated display gallery space for the artworks created by middle school students. Currently, the cabinets in the old are all old and dangerously unstable in the old building. In the new wing of the middle school, the materials chosen for the walls do not allow for push pins or tape and are not conducive to hanging art at all, sadly. Our immediate needs for funding for the visual arts programs for the high school are as follows. The high school also needs an official art gallery space too on campus to show and celebrate the students' works all year round. We need an arts director to help manage and support the overall loaded arts teachers whose job would be to help organize field trips, local gallery shows at the school and in town, and to organize small events. Last year, we lost 2 supportive roles. Teach a theater tech and our fine arts secretary for the arts programs at the high school. And these jobs have now been allocated to volunteers or to the existing overloaded arts teachers. There are immediate safety concerns in room 504 and 506 at the high school with the need for more space, storage, ventilation, and lighting. The classes taught in these spaces are pottery, glasswork, jewelry, graphic design, and drawing, and are very popular with the MI school students. We appreciate the school board's attention to these requests. We look forward to working with you directly, and our MI community is watching very closely to how this progresses. We invite you also to come to see the students' works and performances at Showcase on March 22nd and 23rd and witness our students' creativity in person. We thank the school board. We look forward to working with you further and continuing to work with the district and the schools board as we address and implement together our MI Arts plan. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Next up, we have Tom Henderson.
So good evening, my name is Tom Henderson. I'm the parent of 2 students in Mercer Island High School, and I'm also the president of the newly formed Mercer Island Schools Choir Booster Program. And we formed this booster program to enrich the activities and support the vision of Mercer Island Choir and our choir director, Annalise Rocco. And I'd like to just address the 2 concerns that we want to share with this community tonight concerning the choir community. The previous speakers have already gone into a lot of detail about the lack of funding for the fine arts facilities in the district. Our organization concurs, Ms. Rocco concurs with a lot of the assessments that there's been insufficient funding. There's been a lot of discussion among the booster clubs, among the teachers as well, about the needs. In my view, we need both to fund short-term needs that will impact students this year, as well as developing a long-term plan for funding medium-term and long-term facilities improvements for the fine arts. So that's our first concern. I think our students and our faculty really deserve better facilities. The second area of concern I wanted to address is the reduction in force, which I understand will be discussed later in this meeting. As a choir community, we were surprised to learn earlier this week that our choir director may be potentially impacted with this and will possibly not be able to continue in a full-time position. And for our community, this is of concern because for two reasons. First of all, we fear that we may lose our choir director to another district that's able to fully fund their choir director position. And also it seems to be taking a bit of a step back, whereas we see there's momentum and enrollment growth in the choir. I know that Ms. Rocco has a long list of enrichment possibilities. I understand that she talked to Dr. Rendell about doing a pilot program for fifth grade honors choir. There's dozens of families interested in this. My understanding is that there's a tremendous amount of growth in the enrollment in high school choir for next year. I've heard maybe even doubling the numbers of fall 2021. So we see a lot of growth in enrollments, and we don't really feel that it's appropriate then to be taking a step back, because when we have more funding, more classes for choir, that allows our choir director to differentiate and offer enriched classes to different segments of the students. And that's what we'd like to support as a booster program. So in summary, yes, we concur and support and will work with the other fine arts booster clubs in pursuit of facilities upgrades. But we'd also like the district to please keep in mind the wonderful work that Ms. Rocco is doing and to support our choir director. Thank you.
Yeah. Molly Harnish.
Hello. Hello and good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you all tonight. My name is Molly Harnish, and I am a proud Mercer Island Schools teacher librarian. This is my 25th year working for Mercer Island School District, and this is my 6th year serving as Northwood's teacher librarian. I've been there since the beginning. Now tonight feels a little bit like Groundhog Day for me, because I was here at this same time, at this same place, exactly a year ago, speaking for the same reasons to the same people, give or take a few new faces on the board. I'm here to advocate again for the preservation of the full-time elementary library position at all 4 elementary schools, and to ask that our positions not be cut to 0.8, as will be proposed tonight by the district. I kind of wish I had one of these booster clubs like the other art, music, sports, but we don't, so I'm here. Our libraries are much loved community spaces in all of our elementary schools. They are often called the heart of the school. They are the places where we build our valuable relationships. The district has made building relationships a key focus in our core values, vision, and mission statement, as well as social emotional learning. We hear it again and again. We heard it tonight during the PTA linkage session. We librarians know every student in our building. We know our students through their entire school career, from kindergarten through 5th grade. We know their families, we know their siblings, we know their parents, we know their neighbors, we know their pets. We know in a profound way that relationships and social emotional learning are at the heart of all learning. And we librarians have those relationships with our students. They know us as the trusted adult in the building who they can come to. We have the time to connect with them at recesses, at lunchtimes, before and after school. We offer them a safe place amid the often hectic school day. Now, here are some points I want you to consider before approving these cuts to the library program. The district is not going to save very much money by reducing the library program by 0.80 FTE. It's less than $100,000. Yet the value that will be lost to students and programs by cutting full-time librarians is immeasurable. The district has offered us other elementary teaching jobs back in the classroom, which may not even be in our current buildings. So not only will we be cut from our beloved librarian jobs, but we will also be involuntarily transferred to possibly new buildings and new positions. And then our reduced library positions will be open to new applicants willing to work part-time. This is the wrong move, especially now during this time when we know we have a movement out there to ban books and limit student access to important historical information. So please consider other areas in the budget where you can make these cuts, programs with less direct impact and face-to-face contact with students. Thank you for listening, and please think carefully before making this decision.
Thank you, Molly. Next, we have Johan Valentin.
All right, message from Fine Arts. Thank you for allowing me to speak here tonight. My name is Johan Valentin. My wife Helena and I have 2 children, Marcus, who attended 6th through 12th grade here on the island and now studying to become an aerospace engineer at the University of Washington, where he is playing in the Husky band. And Moa, who is currently a sophomore at the high school, playing lacrosse and is in the Mercer Island band and orchestra. Common for both kids is that arts, band and orchestra, have meant a lot to them throughout their time in the Mercer Island School District, as they develop into well-rounded individuals. I'm here tonight representing the Mercer Island School's Band Boosters Board, and I'd like to speak about capital levy funding for the arts. We recognize that the school district provided $2 million in funding for the music hallway extension at the high school out of the 2008 capital levy, and we are grateful for that investment. However, we are concerned about the capital levy funding for the arts for the current 6-year capital levy that is about to end and the new 6-year capital levy that is about to start. Over that 12-year time period of the current capital levy and the new capital levy from 2017 to 2028, there is 43 million in capital levy funding total. And of that amount, 20 million is allocated to athletic projects and 250,000 is allocated to arts projects. I think we heard that figure before. This represents 80 times as much investment in athletics as in arts in that 12-year period. In particular, the school district has not invested in improvements to the MIHS Performing Arts Center in the last 25 years. This means that students are currently performing with sound and lighting equipment that is 25 years old. The grand piano is 50 years old and broken, and at the end of its useful life. We are asking for your support in making sure that the school district invests in programs that serve students in the arts. We are very grateful to Fred Rumble for reaching out to our arts group to hear our concerns and offer support, to the school board members and the school district who have been willing to listen and hear our concerns. And we look forward to working with the school district to ensure our art spaces have the infrastructure they need to help our students be successful. Thank you again for allowing me to speak here tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christine Kenyon. Is she on Zoom?
Christine, can you hear us?
I have to unmute myself. Sorry. Okay. Hey, sorry. Thank you for your time tonight. I just got home from work, so I'm sorry if I'm not in a very professional setting here in my car, but I thank you so much for your time tonight. My name is Christy Kenyon. I'm a teacher at the high school, And tonight I'm speaking on behalf of the equity team at the high school, which was formed to promote social justice at Mercer Island High School. We are all active advisors of the Black Student Union and Student Voices for Change, and we also represent the interests of the students we support. We wanted to make sure the board hears our formal request that you hire a superintendent who has a strong background in equity work. In addition to our personal feelings, we wanted to remind the MISD community at large that we believe in creating an inclusive and equitable learning environment, to the point of stating it in both our district's values and fundamentals. Excuse me, my son. Oh my God, my timing is awesome. Okay, I used to think diversity and inclusion awareness would make change happen. I thought that celebrating and encouraging these concepts were the foundation of creating equity. As such, I was happy to participate in the Mercer Island School District Racial Equity Group with the Hackman Group, formed by Dr. Rundle. Yesterday, while watching a video of Heather Hackman as a part of my homework, I learned the difference between diversity inclusion, or D&I, and establishing equity in systems. Dr. Hackman explained this in a way I had never considered. She defined diversity and inclusion as awareness, but not having an impact on systems changed. She then described social justice and equity as looking squarely at access to resources, power, and privilege, and making changes to create equity for all. Mercer Island School District as a system explicitly states that we value equity in learning, and therefore our next educational leader must be someone who has a proven record of leading their community in the work of systemic change. We ask that you continue to place social justice and equity as a primary requirement in your work to determine the candidate you select to be our next superintendent. And we also formally ask that the students who represent Student Voices for Change and the Black Student Union at Mercer Island High School be invited to participate in the upcoming public visits and interviews with your final candidates. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Christy. Next we have Lauren Leahy.
Hi. Thank you for having me at your meeting. I'm Lauren Leahy. I have been a Mercer Island resident for 23 years. I have 2 kids. One is in college and is a junior, and one is junior in high school. I'm here to help promote and advocate for the Jewish community with Lauren Katz, who will follow me in speaking, about the importance of looking at the school calendar and considering having a off day for Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. I originally came from New York. I lived in New York my whole life. We always had the holidays off. And when I moved out here 23 years ago, I considered Mercer Island the most like home and the place that I could consider getting the same type of environment as I grew up in. When I arrived here, I put my kids in the JCC. They learned about Judaism and the holidays. We joined the temple. And as years progressed, I realized that when they went into the public schools, we couldn't have the holidays off. So I had to negotiate with them, with teachers, trying to figure out what was the best solution for them with homework to get the holidays off. It became a real stressful situation for me and my family. I'm also in an interfaith marriage, so it was complicated because my kids don't walk around, no one knows they're Jewish, and it's a struggle. So I'm just here to say I've worked with the ADL, I've worked on the DEI committee. I feel like the time is right to look at some of these issues as being more inclusive of different communities on the calendar. I'm just advocating as a parent and as a Jewish person on the island to see if you guys would look further at that and know that we really do have a need for it. It's a holiday that's sacred. It's a holiday we're not supposed to do any work. When the kids go to school, they're compromising their religious values, and there's no need to create anxiety with homework and stress during that time for us. So anyway, that is my goal, and I'm going to go under 3 minutes, and I'm going to leave Lauren Katz in charge of the rest of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. And we are moving on to Lauren Katz, who is also on Zoom.
I don't know if you can see me. I can't see myself. My name is Lauren Katz, and I've been a resident on Mercer Island for the last 14 years. I have 3 children. 2 are currently in the elementary school, and my youngest will be joining kindergarten next year. I am originally from New York, like Lauren, and I grew up in a suburb not unlike Mercer Island with a substantial Jewish population, and we always had Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur off. I moved to Mercer Island to be in a community that had a substantial Jewish population for my children, and I assumed that we would have Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur off, and we don't, and it's honestly very devastating for my family. Having days off is a way for children and adults to learn to appreciate the diversity in their community and show respect. When we don't have these days off from school, it puts the children in a position of being an other, of having to explain why they're not in school that day. And honestly, they always miss instruction. Unless they're going to be watching Disney videos and playing recess all day, they're missing something important, regardless of whatever accommodations, the teachers want to put in place, that they're not missing anything important. Even review work is important, even for the youngest children in kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grade. Any instructional day is important. We all learned that during COVID. And that's why I'm really advocating for this right now. My kids have missed enough school in their young lives. They're in kindergarten and 3rd grade right now. They've missed enough school in their young lives really for the rest of their educational careers, in COVID. And it hurts to see that, they're going to have to miss 2 days of school next year in the beginning of the year. My kindergartner that's just going to be beginning school is going to have 2 days off in the beginning of the year. And likewise, so the impact on my family alone is 6 days between September and October. Mercer Island has 20 to 25% of its population is Jewish, and that's not a coincidence. Mercer Island is home to the JCC, to Herzl Ner Tamid, to Island Synagogue, to Yeshiva High School, to the Chabad of Mercer Island. This is not a coincidence. Jewish communities tend to congregate together. It's why the Jewish community is settled here, because we need the resources and amenities to support Jewish life. We also need our public schools to reflect the needs of this substantial community. Now, we're not asking you to put any budget into this. We're not asking you to celebrate our holidays in the schools in any way. We absolutely do not want that. All we want is the space to have those 2 days off so that we can celebrate in our communities. Now, you don't have to do this as a religious, celebration. I realize there's the establishment clause and things like that. This has been done in districts all over the country, through the East Coast, through the South, through the West. It's not uncommon to have the holidays off. And you can do this by saying that 20% of your students need to be absent on that day. So this is a conversation I look forward to continuing, and I believe there's more speakers on this following me.
Thank you, Lauren. Our next speaker is Aurora Pierce.
Hello, can you all hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you and see you.
Okay, thank you very much. Miracles happen in Judaism, but they aren't always spontaneous gifts from God. Often a miracle occurs only after people work hard to make something important happen, but they then need a little push to get over the finish line. Like when the Maccabees defeated the Greeks and needed the miracle of extra light to fully celebrate, which is now the holiday of Hanukkah. Or when the Jews fled the Egyptians but couldn't completely escape without crossing the Red Sea, which is what Passover celebrates. Here on Mercer Island in the past few weeks, the Jewish community, fully 25% of this island, has been working hard to get our district to recognize the importance of the fall Jewish holidays. We've attended meetings, returned surveys that didn't even ask about these holidays, and circulated a petition. We've done our work, so where's the miracle? The miracle is this: in the school years currently being bargained, 23-24 and 24-25, the time we need to honor our traditions already exists. How is that, you say? Curiously, in 2022 to 2023, you already added a day to winter break. And frankly, I need to note this was done without surveys, discussions, meetings, concerns about staff and parent childcare, notice to families, and contrary to many other local districts that kept a 2-week winter break. That day can now be repurposed in the following 2 years, currently being bargained to cover one of the Jewish holidays with absolutely no other calendar alterations, none. The second part of the miracle is this: for the 2 years currently being bargained, one of the 2 Jewish high holidays falls on a weekend. So we only need that one extra day each year, the day that already exists. So the community's values and needs can be accommodated in the years currently under bargaining with no disruption, none. That's a miracle, something to celebrate, not block. Sure, in future years, we may need to give the calendar more thought, especially if other significantly represented island communities have similar religious needs, and work to bring them to the district's attention, which I encourage. But for now, for the years currently at issue, nothing prevents you from taking this first step towards honoring the documented diversity of our island and making our schools more inclusive. That's a real miracle. Don't squander it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Westover.
I'd like to talk about equity and identification for our highly capable services. Mercer Island already uses a number of best practices such as universal screening to ensure equitable identification of students for HiCap. There is one more practice, though, that has been encouraged by the legislature and is showing great success in increasing the number of students from underrepresented groups. That is the use of local norms. North Shore School District has shown dramatic success in using local norms for HiCap identification. And in 1 year, increased the number of students accepting highly capable services who are English language learners by a factor of 12, low income by a factor of 25, and students with 504 plans or IEPs by a factor of 5. The North Shore Superintendent, Dr. Michelle Reed, is justifiably proud of this work and a strong proponent. I am sure she would be happy to make North Shore staff available to discuss how they have implemented local norms. I'd encourage the district to adopt the local norms approach for highly capable identification beginning this spring, so that we can ensure students are receiving the services they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final presenter is Colleen Peterson.
I'm here tonight to encourage support for the arts and express my concern for the choir program's future. 8 years ago, as we were getting ready to move to Seattle from Denver, Fred Rundle kindly took my call to discuss academic excellence in Reader on the Island. Although he was right about academics, if I had known that the district didn't equitably support and invest in the arts, we probably would have not moved here. Sorry, I can't breathe. My twins are in drama and choir. One of them has sung in Mercer Island school choirs for over 7 years. During this period, the newly certified and amazing Miss Rocco, tasked with rebuilding the choir program basically from the ground up. She was right. Sorry. Online learning and Zoom concerts may have thrown a curveball into her expansion plans, but she adjusted and quickly excelled at creating online musical experiences. Mrs. Rocco is the real deal. She's passionate, knowledgeable, kind, and a great teacher. Students admire her, and parents appreciate her positivity, flexibility, and can-do spirit. Her enthusiasm and expertise not only has steadily increased choir enrollment with anticipated doubling next year, but have resulted in 4 National Honor Choir inductees in 4 years. I implore you to consider the effects of Ms. Rocco's non-music 0.2 RIF on the choir program. The consequences of not having a full-time teacher lead choir will absolutely negatively impact the program and all the progress made so far. I understand cuts need to be made, but my concern is that no matter how much you love your job, if 20% of your pay disappears, you may consider other options. It would be a huge blow to lose Ms. Rocco and all the momentum she has created to rebuild, fix, and expand the choir program. Please don't be penny wise and pound foolish. Support the choir program by protecting Ms. Rocco's full-time status. She's a true gem that, given the opportunity, will have a significant impact on the arts throughout the district. Help make Mercer Island School District a destination art-loving students and families can be proud to call their own. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen. That concludes our public input for tonight. We should break for a moment. We'll take a break for just like 1 minute so people can kind of, if people need to leave or move around or whatnot. And then we'll do student papers. All right. Okay, we're back. Everyone's reshuffled. So we now have our student representative report.
All right, hello, everybody. Andrew and I were just talking about how this week has just felt so busy for some reason. So there's been a lot going on, definitely. But to start off with elementary schools, students have been participating in lots of March Madness events. Island Park students told us they got to play basketball against their assistant principal, and other students have also took part in some recess tournaments.
Some of our fifth graders, orchestra members, got to perform in the high school performing arts center. They reported that it felt pretty massive. Students also celebrated Dr. Seuss Day with 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, and blue fish inspired lunch.
And then at the middle school, they recently had their solo and ensemble festival where band students got together to rehearse and play pieces and duets for their band directors. And then in Gator Time, middle schoolers also took part in health surveys centered around home life and also had a series of Black History Month lessons highlighting prominent Black figures.
Over at our high school, students got to register for next year's classes, which is really super exciting. A lot of students were excited with the new class offerings that were available. The DECA State Conference also occurred in the Maiden Bauer Center in Bellevue, where over 75 students qualified to go to nationals in Atlanta in April.
Yes. And then tomorrow, the high school is having its spring assembly, which will be the first indoor assembly in a very long time. So a lot of students are excited for that. And the student body will be split into halves to accommodate distancing for everybody in the gym. And then last weekend, the high school journalism class hosted the Washington Journalism Education Association State Conference, and many of our own students earned some awards in writing competitions.
Next week is the high school's week of unity, which will be involving unifying messages and unifying activities that students are all going to be involved in. And as all of you know, there's been a lot of chatter about the mask mandate that's going to end on March 12th. Students are excited while other students are nervous, and we're just trying to remind students to respect each other's choices no matter what they choose. That's all we have. Thank you.
Thank you. And on to superintendent report.
So we have a few things tonight. I'm going to start with a recap of some of the things that occurred in our schools for Black History Month. At our high school, there was a 21-day equity challenge, which was school-wide with both staff and students participating, and it was sponsored by our Black Student Union as well. The Islander Hour lessons on implicit bias and the danger of a single story were impactful for students. We heard about a lot about that. There were some virtual assemblies by the Black Student Union and former Mercer Island Associate Principal Interesting Carla came back and spoke with the students. It was, I believe, virtual, but still heard a lot of folks commenting on how great it was to hear his story as well. Also at the high school, there was efforts made across all departments to integrate lessons of Black history and racial justice throughout the month and of course throughout the year. That's really our goal, is to have this embedded throughout our work throughout the year. At our middle school, Black Lives Matter Recognition Week, during Black Lives Matter Week at school, which is the first week in March, and their morning announcements were highlighting Black excellence. There was a PowerPoint that students worked with during that time as well. In our elementaries, Black Lives Matter Week in schools, week of action to kick off Black History Month. In kindergarten through third grade, there was a focus on notable Black leaders, past and present, included as biography reports. The fifth grade engaged in a unit designed around hidden figures. Great book and a great movie as well. There was also a unit on Black change makers, and used the book Stamped for Kids. I think I saw that in one of our Northwood fourth grade classrooms as well. Students used a graphic organizer for each chapter and completed a unit project. There was music that engaged students around Black History Month, and our kindergarten students read and wrote stories about Rosa Parks, George Washington Carver, Harriet Tubman, Jackie Robinson, Booker T. Washington, Sojourner Truth, and Thurgood Marshall, just to name a few. This month, as I mentioned during our recognition, Women's History Month, some of the things that are planned in our schools, starting with the elementary, fourth grade, essential question unit around what is feminism, what is equity, and they're going to be using a variety of resources, including Nearpod, Brain Pop, those are on their iPads, PBS Kids, class discussions, Nat Geo Kids, biography cards and reports. They are also in the elementary Mondo Breaking Barriers, Women Who Paved the Way, Women in History menu, and books, Mae Jemison, and then music focused on female composers and musicians. Also at the elementary Smithsonian activities celebrating Black and Native women and girls in the world of skateboarding. That intrigues me. Third grade shifted their Breaking Barriers novel studies to focus on women in history. At the middle school, their morning announcements will highlight prominent women in history. And at our high school, there is a women empowerment posters that are made by the art club are being hung up, if they haven't already been hung up. There was a Purple Out Spirit Day on Tuesday, March 8th for International Women's Day. Purple is the color affiliated with that, that day. And they're also working on bringing in women-owned food trucks to our girls lacrosse game against Bellevue on Thursday, April 7th. Right after Women's History Month, but they wanted a big turnout. So those are some of the things to look forward to in March. Next on the update, as I mentioned during the linkage, COVID update. New guidance, I think you all have seen it, and we have messaged that guidance out to our families. And as Andrew mentioned, yes, the mask mandate is being lifted come March 12th. But we have had questions about, what else is going to be changed. And I've been reminding folks that just like when we went into this, we know that the best strategy is that Swiss cheese layered mitigation strategies. You have lots of different layers. One of the best, of course, being vaccinations, which our district is, and our community is very highly vaccinated, and we're really proud of that, and always remind folks of that factor as well for us. Masks are one of those pieces, and in the guidance, if you look through it, there are things that are recommended and there's things that are required. The required pieces are varied, and we did get some clarification just in an email today around, there was questions about if someone does have COVID and comes back Previously, they had to wear a mask. Will they have to wear a mask? And we had some kind of differing information on that, but it has been confirmed that if you do not test negative, then you will be required to wear a mask for days 6 to 10 following a positive test, or if you can get a negative test. We are still going to have all of the other strategies that we've put in place. So our lunchrooms are going to look the same. We're going to still be reminding kids, don't want everybody cram around the same table. We have limits at our tables at our elementaries. Students will still be sitting on their dots and have their charts for where they need to be sitting. Our ventilation, as we've talked about a lot, and this is something that I know even our public health director has asked us superintendents about, is how have we been able to get our ventilation at the rates that have been recommended? And yes, they are. I've been in any of our schools, particularly the elementaries at lunchtime with all the doors open, it's a wind tunnel. And the windows are going to still be down on the buses. Our director of transportation said the other day, it's one of the upsides of that is that there are a lot less jackets being left on the bus because the students are wearing their jackets on the bus. So all of the other strategies that we have put in place will be remaining in place. It'll be a very slow kind of roll of moving things. Dr. Rendell likes to use an instructional term of gradual release as we move through this next phase of mitigation strategies. So that's where we are. We are working really, really hard, and we've provided to particular elementary teachers, our nurse Carla Rimmer put together a slide deck in how to talk to students about mask wearing now that it becomes optional, and you know why folks are making that decision. I think my ask continues to be, and I said this to our PTA Council group this week, is let's really communicate to all our families that this is a family decision, and that family decision needs to be discussed with at home, and students need to really understand why it is that their family is making this decision to wear masks or not to wear masks. And everyone has to respect those decisions that each individual family is making. What did I miss, Dr. Rendell? Oh, I did miss a big requirement, which is something that I'm sure we can work through this. Our health rooms are considered medical facilities, and so our health rooms will have to still maintain masks. So our nurses in our health rooms and our isolation rooms, which we will still need to have, will be mask required.
And YFS did inform us that their counselors are falling underneath, that the city's choosing to have them fall underneath healthcare. And so in our YFS counseling rooms, we know we have other spaces in our schools that we will be looking at kind of case by case, but we don't have any others that are designated by the new guidance. So I think we're ready. The biggest thing is going to be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is going to feel kind of strange. And I think by Thursday, Friday, it's going to normalize, and masks will come on, masks will go off, and we'll follow your lead as students. We probably are overestimating you, just like we did, not thinking that 5-year-olds would ever wear masks all day, and they did great. So I think our own adult views of the world maybe get in the way a little bit of our students, who I think are going to handle it really well. And we're ready for the next portion of the response to COVID-19.
All of our hand washing and hand sanitizing stations are staying. They're not going away. They will still be available, and we'll still give those reminders. We know that that's one of the important things to do to keep ourselves healthy, along with masks. Masks will be available in all of our schools, just like they have been throughout this time. So they will still be there for those who desire to use the surgical type masks that we have available for adults and students. Any questions for us?
Earlier, Andrew said something that made me think about how he says, like, how do we continue to push the message that we should respect each other's choices. And I imagine as we're transitioning to this space where there are, you know, some will wear masks, some continue to wear masks and some won't, right? There's just gonna be a natural skirmishes and, you know, back and forth talking. And so, so as Andrew was saying this, I wonder what kind, to be preventative, what can we do to promote and continue this message? You know, instead of being reactive as things happen, because I know that even without the mask issues, there are a lot more, you know, physical or verbal altercation between kids right now, because as we transition back to, you know, on campus. So it would be helpful to just kind of think about what kind of proactive messaging can we do at all the schools to help people in their different choices.
Which is part of the slide deck that I mentioned that Carla has put together for, and it's gone on to all staff, to help them have the conversations with students around the why behind math, why families are making that choice. And we're going to continue to work with our social emotional learning curriculum that talks about anti-bullying and no one should be intimidated or harassed for their the way that they are choosing to make this decision. And so we're going to continue working with that curriculum at all levels across our levels. The middle school and high school will most likely be using their Gator time for those conversations and their Islander hour for those conversations to make sure that we're really getting that message of empathy for our students and helping them understand that. So that's work's going to be ongoing now with a little bit of a different twist because masks are the focus. And we had a great conversation with the superintendent student advisory last week about this, and the kids identified it, you know, peer pressure. How are they going to choose to wear their mask? And we had a really great conversation around that's something that's always been around, and what is the strategies for students to navigate that kind of conversation, and how do you respect the differences that families and choices that families are going to make.
What's going to happen during recess? How are we dealing with, is there social distancing? How does that work?
We will continue. We have not had masks mandated outside. Certainly during snack time, we've asked students to sit. There's dots all over our elementary schools, you know, sit on the dot to keep that distance during the snack time. And we will continue, you know, to remind kids that when you're, you know, to have that personal space place. And again, it's that what are the good respiratory etiquette that we're going to be reminding our students of. And people always think it's really important for the littles, but those of us who worked with kids at all levels know that we all need reminders about when you're coughing, how you cover your cough, and how important is hand washing and hand hygiene. So all of those things will be constant reminders, and those signs aren't coming down. We still have those up, and we're going to still do those reminders.
And then one other thing that happens, you know, clearly in the whole mask usage and kids feeling, you know, different. An interesting thing is, how do you have those conversations? How do kids have those conversations in those tough ways? And usually, you know, when I'm in South Dakota and they were talking about India, if everybody looks to me to give the speech or whatever. But, you know, if you're the one wearing the mask, you feel odd giving that speech and having to explain yourself and in that defensive role. And I do know, like, the other place that also worked well was debate. Debate where people are given, pretend you're the person in the mask, pretend you're not, and you role play, or whatever their contentious conversation is. How is that the way we have these conversations, that people can role play in somebody else's shoes, and you build empathy that way too.
Those classroom conversations, those classroom meetings that teachers will be guiding students through, that will center around the conversation about masks and the why someone might be choosing to wear a mask or choosing not to wear a mask. I think that both of those sides, and yes, putting yourself in that the why of someone else is definite. One way to promote empathy.
I guess my only comment is looking ahead to say like the fall, when we'll probably be maybe lifting more of these layers of Swiss cheese off, right? Just thinking about the social emotional piece that some kids really will experience a lot of anxiety, having spent a significant chunk of their childhood not seeing people's faces or perceiving that anyone, you know, sneezing or coughing is like a real threat to them. So just to just have in mind that level of stress that may be there for some kids, and to hopefully set things up, as I'm sure people are thinking about already, but set things up so that if kids, for example, feel safer eating their snack on the spot, that there's still that option for them, you know, if they don't want to eat their snack and have a bunch of kids in their face.
We are not changing everything.
Yeah.
When students walk into their classes on Monday, if the desks have been seated in a certain way where they're all facing forward and, you know, have some space between them, they're still going to be in that same space. If at lunchtime when they went to lunch, there are little dividers up, those are still going to be up on Monday. So it really is a gradually keep the other mitigation strategies that we know also work in place. And Department of Health has also just asked us to support as best we can. I think we've done a good job on this on Mercer Island, is emphasizing the importance of vaccination as one of those essential pieces to risk mitigation for COVID.
I think there's another, you know, I don't know how real it might be or not, but if another variant comes back and these regulations come back into play again, how do we think about that? And do we need to, is KCH, King County Health, thinking about it? What happens? Those are reasons to also, you know, be thoughtful about how we use masks, and that it is fair for people to continue to use them if they like. I do know in Seattle, we sometimes get shamed if you use an umbrella, you know. Why are you using the umbrella, right? Not that wet, you're a real Northwester, right? So
separate the natives.
Yeah. And in some ways, masks are the same sort of thing. When COVID is out, you put on your mask. When COVID is gone, you take it off. And we shouldn't be scared to take it off, just like we're not scared to take away the umbrella. We shouldn't be scared to put it back on when it starts raining again. And that might be more fluid, as it is in Asia, actually. Yeah.
And it's also though, like, we're kind of working out now, like, how do you step down from this level of precautions? Because unfortunately, we may have to step up and then back down again. So we're kind of like setting expectations, I think, for the kids and for the teachers and the other staff for like how we do it, that we do it in this gradual manner.
And there are still spaces where our students and us as adults will be going where masks are going to be required, as we mentioned in our health rooms, well, any health facility. You're going to have to wear a mask to enter there. Not our school buses, but other public transportation will still have masks required. So there are going to be spaces where students are going to have to still have that awareness of, I might have to wear a mask here. And so it makes it, I think, much more of a routine that people are going to be used to versus something that's very separate or different. We have one more. We know that there was a lot of talk about calendar tonight, and so we did have a survey that we wanted to give the board the results of that survey so that you could kind of see the questions that were asked and how the respondents responded to that. So Erin, who was the one who put that survey out as part of getting ready to bargain the calendar, is going to work through that slide deck with you.
Need permission to share my screen. So this is just an overview of this summary of the results of the calendar survey, not the survey itself. This was conducted in advance of the bargaining. Hold on a second. One more
Okay, so this is conducted in advance of the bargain. What the district does is they bargain typically, they like to have 3 years on a rolling basis because that we had feedback originally that provides greater flexibility and predictability for both parents and staff in terms of planning vacations, trips, events like choir events, band events. We've heard a lot about that. It's important for them to have predictability in some way to anticipate what's coming in the future. So we were typically on a 3-year rolling cadence with bargaining. We did get behind the ball with that because there are frankly other things we were dealing with respect to reopening schools and the pressures of COVID bargaining. So we have 2 years to bargain this year versus our normal 1. And so we're trying to get back on that 3-year cycle. In advance of that, we wanted to get community input. The last time we did a survey was right before the pandemic, the year before, just to get information from our various stakeholders. So we did reach out to parents, staff, community members, and students, and we got feedback from a number of them. The key things to consider when we're looking at a calendar, and this is something that we bargained, so this is in collaboration with our labor partners, the MIEA. And we start with the students. We are required by law to provide 180 student days. And so that's must happen. So that is absolutely required. And we really look at what is the needs of the student drives the calendar. And then coupled with that, we take into the school and state holidays, state required and bargain professional learning days, parent teacher conferences, grading days, teacher prep time. The other things we take into consideration are term dates such as semesters, trimesters, and finals. And as we all have heard, that impacts letters of recommendation, transcripts, and what have you. And then emergency and weather makeup days. So those are the key things that we look at. Again, keeping an eye on what is best for students. With this year, our survey total was 1,432 total responses. About 11% of those responses were students. 67% were parents and guardians. We had about 26% staff, and the rest were community members, about 6%. The majority of our responses came from both the high school and middle school, with 45% about from the high school and 33% from IMS. And the other sites that were associated with were between 13.7 and 14.9% from each individual elementary school. And there were fractional representation from the community at large, the MOT and admin building, and maintenance. So those were the other voices that we had. In terms of the importance, looking at the importance of starting school later or earlier, it was really a question of when should we start the calendar. Typically, we try to start around that Labor Day. And if you look at about 46, majority of people, 46%, want to start school as late as possible and close to Labor Day as possible, with about 30% wanting to end the school year as early as possible or early in June. And so they really want to start as late as possible, end as early as possible. Compress the time. So that's to be predicted. That's consistent with past surveys. And then there's a group of people that say, I really don't have a preference. So they're really trying to compress that. But we're constrained by the fact that we have to have these 180 days. We have to have the state and federal holidays. We have to have the bargain and state required professional learning days. So there's other things that we have to embed in that. So sometimes that puts pressure on starting as late as possible and ending as early as possible.
How many of those overlap? The blue and the red. I'm sort of kidding.
Oh, okay. So yeah, no, they don't. Those were individual responses. So in terms of, we also asked sort of if you were on a scale of 1 to 5, how important is to have a full week off from school for midwinter breaks? I don't know if you recall early on about, I think it's a 2016 era, there was a shortened break. It was a 2 days on either side. And again, you would see here about 40% of the people think it's extremely important to have a full week off for midwinter break, with another 16% thinking it's important and at least above neutral. So the majority of people would like to have the midwinter break to be at least a week. And please stop me if you have any questions. In terms of calendar satisfaction, one of the questions we always try to ask is whether or not people were satisfied with the most recent calendar. And by and large, people were pretty satisfied with the most recent calendar, which that's about 60% were either happy or extremely happy with the current calendar. And that started the Wednesday before Labor Day, just because Labor Day did occur earlier. And there was a 2-week winter break, a full week for midwinter, and a full week for spring break. And it's ending on, I think, the 17th of June with 3 weather and extraordinary issue closure days built into the end of the calendar. Because that's something that we struggle with, is when those days should happen. And just so everyone here is aware, the weather makeup days or emergency closure days are days that we put into the calendar. If they're not used, they just are student days off, or we can use them. They need to occur late enough in the year that events may have happened, so we can't do them typically in October. That's too early, and they become typically a day off. So that leads us to the emergency closure weather makeup days. And about 42% of those who responded wanted them at the end of the year, which is sort of what we have now, where more people would prefer to have them embedded within the school year, because that way, if they're at the end of the year, a lot of people have already planned trips and what have you. That some of the comments were they're not as useful learning days if they're tacked on the end of the year. But the difference is not as great as you saw with some of the other feedback. So we did this year for the first time, we explored the concept of a balanced calendar with our community. Part of that is it's something that we were starting to discuss in March of 2020 before the school closure, but it is something statewide that through OSPI there's been sort of grants to explore this, because there's evidence to suggest that having a shortened summer is beneficial for students because it decreases learning loss, and that having more and longer breaks throughout the school year is better for overall mental wellness for students, because they get breaks, and for staff alike because there's more breaks throughout. It is not a calendar that's been adopted by other districts in our area, so I want to be transparent with that, but we did want to explore sort of the interests and concerns in our community with respect to the balanced calendar. And most people are 43% did say that they are not interested in pursuing a balanced calendar. And a balanced calendar was described as starting really the last week of August and going till the end of June. So it shortens the summer, functionally speaking, and it adds potentially a 2-week spring break or other days off within this, having a 1-week spring break and others day off throughout the years. But most people, 43%, were not inclined to do that, with only 30% being roughly supported, and another 27 saying, I'm not sure yet, I'd like to learn more. So it was a good temperature check. It's something that I think that we'll continue to try to learn more about and educate about, but maybe there's not a lot of support for what we have shared right now.
Do you know if any of the private schools in the area use a similar calendar?
The private schools that I'm aware of do not use a similar calendar, but there are examples of it in other states and obviously other countries. There were, in fact, some of the respondents to the survey referenced the European system or calendars that they had in states like Colorado, Tennessee, Philadelphia. So there are community members who have experienced these more extended calendars, but I'm not aware of any in our immediate community.
There's a couple that they don't do the balance calendar, but they do start earlier in August, but they like to get, because for whatever reason, they also like to get out closer to Memorial Day, and that's what's preferable there. So I am aware of a couple schools that do that, but Superintendent Klosky and I both had experience in Southern California, and then in Colorado for me, with much different schedules than this. And a lot of that was for overcrowding of schools. And when you do year-round schools, you can get a fourth more students into a school in the elementary. And so that's why a lot of that was done. It's not as not as much, but we've looked at different options. We've talked about the warming summers and the heat in the summers and the lack of air conditioning and some of those things, but not a lot of schools up here. Even the private schools, everyone seems to kind of have this.
And I think for me, like probably the tension is obviously the summers are so beautiful here that there is a tendency, particularly for people like myself who love the outdoors, want to extend that as much as possible. At the same time, I feel a little bit guilty because I think the statistics, at least as far as I'm aware, is that having a more balanced calendar is definitely preferable academically. And so I think there's attention. I don't think there's a right answer, but I think it's something that if we want to explore it, I think presenting statistically why it may be better academically for parents, and then, you know, sort of let the community decide in an informed way. It's tough competing interests.
I will say that one of the things we do need to consider starting earlier in August is, again, as was mentioned, our facilities aren't cooled. And that is the same for most of at least Western Washington as well. So you're starting too early in August, and even sometimes September can be a little rough. If it's really warm, it's pretty uncomfortable to be in the schools. The situation Dr. Renda was talking about, we had air conditioning in every school building. And so to be able to go that year round was much more amenable to be indoors. Much of the research on it for student achievement is frankly really focused on schools that are high poverty schools, where students do not have a lot of enrichment experience in the summer because of the economics of the area. And so there is an actual research around what's called summer slide. And the comparison for that is students who are in a more enriched environment, whether it's provided because of opportunities that parents can provide, are that much further ahead at the end of a summer 2-month break versus students who, because of just their lack of opportunities, they don't get a lot of enrichment during the summer, and so thereby they have what's called the summer slide. And so many districts in that situation will have a more balanced calendar, and they have air conditioning too. So I do want to reiterate that is, I remember that heat bubble last August. It was brutal. So, and we did, you know, we had some employees in our building and we sent them home because our buildings are not amenable to the really hot weather.
I think it's also, I have no problem looking at this more, but would love to not see a lot of resources spending time on it, because we don't exist in a bubble, and everything that happens around us impacts our students and families, whether it's childcare programs, camps, you know, athletic calendars, competitions with other schools and districts, any type of competition, the academic competitions, SATs, and everything is interdependent on the calendar that we all follow. So I think it would be irresponsible to really spend a lot of time changing it if other districts around us, frankly, the entire state, doesn't. I think we see that when it comes to the colleges and universities that are on the quarter system and don't start till the end of September versus the ones that are on a semester system that start at the end of August. And then, you know, you've got, anyways,
And our staff also have kids in other
that's,
districts.
yeah, that's what I mean by daycare and camps, but also for our parents. I mean, both. So I just would love to, we have so many things we'd love to tackle that actually we can, I don't know. I appreciate the question on the survey. I just don't know that it should really go a whole lot farther unless there's others that are pursuing the same thing.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the weather's likely to get worse rather than better in August, you know, and there's additionally sometimes wildfires or smoke or other kinds of things going on, so.
And I will say that the impetus for this was largely, it is something that across the state they're exploring in terms of providing grants to explore this type of calendar across the state. So it's something that we participated in some statewide learning. We being represented both the MIEA and the district. And so while there aren't districts doing it now, it is at least being explored. And we were intentional in terms of our iteration. Balanced calendar was not year round, in recognition of July is not probably feasible in our buildings. So, which is why it was, the balanced calendar was defined as it was through the end of June and starting the last week of August. But appreciating your cautionary comment, Director Lurie. So the next part of the question survey was just sort of discussing spring break with respect to if we were to go to balanced calendar, we would have this extra time, and would you prefer to have a 2-week spring break, which is what some balanced calendars have, or other balanced calendars actually embed those additional days throughout to have there be breaks ongoing through the year. And most people would prefer that there be only a 1 spring break, which is what 1 week spring break, which is what we have now, and that the other days be embedded throughout. With 40% wanting a full week at Thanksgiving, so that seems to be an interest, whether you have a balanced calendar or not. There seems to be an interest in having a week off of Thanksgiving. And the rest wanting to have long weekends in October and May, because those are months where we don't really have as a break. So we tend to have a long stretch of school days in a row. So there isn't that opportunity to decompress. At least that is what we got out of the comments. So there was other feedback. This is anecdotal in terms of this comes from not specific questions, but we had a lot of comments. So we felt that it was appropriate to raise it to both the community and to the board to be transparent on what we learned. Some of the feedback we had were about additional non-student days, so non-school days. We did, as you heard earlier today, hear that the district should consider including additional non-school days for religious or spiritual holidays, including Yom Kippur, Rosh Hashanah, Lunar New Year, Ramadan, Eid, Diwali, etc. There are actually several references to different religious and spiritual holidays. And then we also had a few comments about district adding non-school days for Juneteenth, and there's an asterisk there because it was not added as a school holiday. It was a state holiday last year by Governor Inslee because there was separate statute that applies for school holidays. And there's a new bill that hasn't been signed into law, but will likely be signed into law by the governor. It's passed the House and what have you, that would make Juneteenth a school holiday as well. So that likely is going to happen, but we did get a lot of comments on that. And Italian Heritage Day and Indigenous Peoples Day also came up. From this survey, there were a couple benefits and concerns that were consistent. The benefit is that adding these days would demonstrate the district's commitment to diversity and inclusion, but really there was an emphasis on diversity. The concern was that adding additional non-school days in the middle of the week, because the perception is that these holidays wouldn't consistently happen on a Friday or Monday, would make childcare and scheduling challenging. And that it would also lengthen the school year, and there's an interest again in having the school year be as compressed as possible in the not in the summer and the less desirable for some months of the school year. So the final additional feedback we got, the pros just on the balanced calendar is that it could result in less learning loss. Some people thought that 2 weeks spring break could work well for split families if we were to do that, because it could be one-on-one. It would also provide an opportunity to tour colleges that would be more robust. They felt that having an extended calendar and banning a break in October could support seniors who are completing college applications and provides a much needed mental health break during the school year, which could lead to less burnout. And this is a reference, there are a couple references to the European models of 6-week summer break and a 4-week winter and spring breaks. And I think that yields better academic performance overall and a pressurized family. Now, these are summaries, so these are not direct quotes. The cons is it shortens available summer internships is somewhat of what you're referencing, Director Lurie. If not everyone's on the same calendar, then it would potentially impact the ability of students to access summer opportunities in our region. It could make childcare during the summer challenging because again, we'd be on an off schedule compared to others. The heat during the summer months, no air conditioning in the school buildings. And they like having free time during the summer, the nicest time of the year in Seattle, to your point, Director Burke. And we live here for the summer. We don't shorten it anymore. And summer breaks allow for taking care of bigger maintenance projects. That actually came up a couple of times. I think that was not referenced to people's homes. I think that was referenced to the school.
Kids are.
Yeah. So that's really the takeaway from our calendar survey. So if anyone has any questions. Director Dan?
I must admit that when I saw this came out, I thought it would include asking about the holidays, like extra holidays, and how I would would I sacrifice, you know, a longer break to put in some of the Jewish holidays and New Year's? I actually, when I was about to open the survey, I thought it was like that. So I was a little bit disappointed that we didn't capitalize on kind of asking for people's feedback on what were they willing to sacrifice in order to add in these extra, and I don't think they're holidays, but you know, when I see all the pros and cons, I think it's like people are looking at the community and the needs, like the demographic and the lifestyle of our community. And so when I think about adding in the religious or cultural holidays, it is about people's lifestyle, right? It's not adding in something extra, but if a quarter of our students are going to be out, it doesn't make sense, right? And so from that philosophy, you know, I'm hoping that moving forward that we do get a pulse on our community of what we're willing to balance. And personally, I would willing to balance a shorter spring break to add in the other days. And the emerging literature is showing that during COVID, the trauma. So before I actually didn't need the holidays either. I'm like, let's just get through this, you know, like actually 16 weeks, let's just go through it. Why do we have spring break? And so during COVID made me recognize, and there's emerging literature that shows that actually we don't need these long holidays, but actually we need more frequent, kind of just like 1 day break, right? Within like 3 weeks, we need a 1 day break, right? Versus like this extended. So I think the extended breaks are more like traditional kind of American summer kind of thing. It's hard to give up, but from a mental health perspective, when you're traumatized and stressed out, we just need more insertion of breaks, but it could be shorter. So I think we need to just kind of explore those possibilities. And if we're doing more surveys, that we include asking people what they're willing to balance for, in addition for other days off.
We do have some data on the attendance on those specific holidays there. Do you happen to have that?
So in terms of the attendance of staff on the, if you're specifically referencing Jewish holidays, the staff, there's about between 20 and at most 50 staff members who've ever been out in the last 6 years on those days, and that have identified either a religious basis for Yom Kippur or Rosh Hashanah. With respect to students, I was still waiting to get a little bit of data to see if it's different in terms of a regular use day, but it's roughly about 3% of students were absent on those days and noted that it was a religious holiday, if I'm reading the data correctly. So it is not, they're at least not reflecting in their absence that their reason for being absent is for a religious holiday. I will say, I don't want it to be mistaken that these issues have not been discussed before by the MIEA and the district. It is something that we're sensitive to. It's just historically, though it may appear that our holidays are structured around a Christian calendar, they're in fact not. That what's reflected in our holidays and breaks are surrounding the state and federally designated holidays. And there isn't a religious holiday that appears on our calendar. And so if we were to add a holiday or a day off in recognition of a religious holiday, that would be the first time that the district is doing that. And there is a risk, which has been part of our discussion around that. And the risk would be that you're discriminating on the basis of religion against other religions. So were we to add Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah, but we didn't add Diwali or Eid or a Muslim holiday or the Lunar New Year. So at what point are we doing raising up one religion over another, which is something under the Establishment Clause that we cannot do. Now, I will recognize that there are larger districts in California, New York, and the like that do have these days off. They are not recognized by Yom Kippur or Rosh Hashanah. They are just non-student days. And so even if we ultimately were to get to a point where those days were non-student days, it would be problematic, I would say, as to identify them as days off because of Yom Kippur or Rosh Hashanah or any other religious holiday. because we are a public institution and we have to recognize really all religions, and we can't discriminate or raise up one over another. So that is something that we have discussed and have tried to be sensitive to. And it's something that annually we do work with our staff, that when students are going to be out for any number of religious or spiritual reasons, that they are given grace with respect to assignments and what have you. I know sometimes there are things that are beyond the district's control with respect to WIA events, or I'm not saying there was a WIA event, but or I know there was a situation with the band and the Seahawks thing, because Access to the Stadium was on a day that was, I believe, a Jewish holiday, which was problematic for our community because it was limiting. But for the things that the district does control, I think that we do make an effort to educate those in our community about the importance of being respectful and inclusive of staff and students with respect to their religious contributions. And as someone who does take off these holidays, I have always felt supported as a staff member by my supervisors and my colleagues.
So I think that I appreciate the questions. I appreciate the advocacy. I've been dealing with this my entire life, always felt othered when having to take holidays off or feeling different. So I totally get it. But, you know, as kind of, and then when I East Coast, I in college and law school, I had those days off, mostly because our faculty was, there were so many classes canceled because faculty was not there. Those were the reasons that it was the days off, which I'm sure is the reason why, like, especially in New York. But regardless, what I think would be really helpful is, I appreciate that the Superintendent's Equity Advisory had this conversation, and it leads to a lot greater understanding. And I appreciate that the union, MIA and the district have those conversations, but I think what's missing is the community conversation. You know, it is all about choices, and I've been approached about this recently. I'm sure we all have, but what I really challenged, and I've got mixed feelings myself, so you know, I don't know where I would fall on it. And also, I also, you know, I don't really have a dog in this fight, as my child isn't going to be impacted anymore. As a parent, I don't have a dog in the fight. I want people to feel respected and included. I think a community conversation, I think we could really benefit from that. What I tell people is I'm like, here are, you know, just like you guys said, we've got 180 days, we've got professional development days, here are the days that we have to have off because of federal holidays. Create a calendar and propose it. You know, private schools have the luxury of not having those same rules. So we can't compare ourselves to people that have different rules under this. So, but again, I think having that community conversation where all of this is explained, I think would be really beneficial, because I think that's what's missing here, is that conversation. I also have to say, I appreciate that the message from the administration is grace. The kids don't always feel that. And when it's left to the individual teacher, it often is not. And it happens a lot. And so I think that it needs to be more than encouraged. I think it needs to be a directive with consequences if these things are not respected. Because they need to be, and kids, I mean, kids of every type always feel other, and we have to do what we can. We've got to put our money where our mouth is. And if we're saying the kids need to be given grace for these things, then they need to be given grace for these things across the board, and not depending on what teacher or what classroom they're sitting in.
And I do want to say that I misspoke. I had received information about the average total absences. I mean, I don't know, can you even see that? No. Okay, I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger here, hopefully. Hopefully. Okay, not. I'll just read it. So essentially it says the averages in 2017 to 2018, there were 132 students who were absent on Rosh Hashanah and identified a religious reason. I'm assuming like that it's related to that, but it's just that's correlated. There were 127 in 1819, 116 in 1920, 0 in 2020 to 2021, but that fell on a weekend, and then 85 in 21 and 22. In young poor, 2017, there was 0. Again, it fell on a weekend. The 140 on in 2018, 114 in 2019, 3 in 2020, and 110 in 2021. Again, 2020 is likely an anomaly, just given that we were online. The average absences on those days for the months, the average per calculate taking all the absent students of the month and divided by the number of school days. So 50, it's 85, 116, 51, 30, 50, 63, and 65. So it would suggest that there's higher use on those days, but there's higher use overall on those days for also those who have not indicated.
So I just want to comment on the statistics portion of like teacher absenteeism or student absenteeism on those days, that just because people aren't taking the day off doesn't mean that they wouldn't prefer to take the day off and feel like their culture was more valued and respected and their needs were more respected if they could take the day off. Because a lot of kids who are anxious about school stuff will be more miserable to stay home, you know, even on a religious level.
Agreed.
I'm just saying, like that those numbers may represent a lot of like unhappy families and unhappy kids, you know, toughing it out and not wanting to miss out or not wanting to miss a test or whatever. So like to me, that's not a reason not to look further at this, you know, like, but I agree that the piece that's missing is kind of that community conversation and sort of more back and forth. But I did want to acknowledge that I know that MIA has looked at this before. This is not a new concept. This is new to some of us on the board, like that are newer. It's new to me as a concept, even though I grew up myself in New York City in public schools that had these days off, right? But I had literally never occurred to me here on Mercer Island. So it's new to some of us, but it's not a new discussion, I realize, for the district.
Can I also change the, so I agree that we need a community conversation, but it should be a conversation that we're telling them about the challenges. Because I feel like as we're making decisions, there's always these challenges and the system is inherently not inclusive, right? So if we're really going more to inclusivity, all these challenges, you know, are ways for us to figure out how to around it. And so if we're going through this concept of we have all these religious and cultural days that we would like to support, but if we're going toward just because we support one, we don't support the other, if that's just a mindset we're at, America's going to be, we just don't do anything, right? We're just going to be can do anything, and that's equity. And so I just don't want us to have that mindset about equity either. And so it's really about who's our community and what are their needs. And then how do we, you know, do we even have to call it a religious holiday, or do we just happen to make sure that every year if we're going to have an extra day off and it just happened to be that day? So however we label it or whatever, are I think ways that we figure out how to make it work, maybe legally. But I think the conversation should start first of who's our community and what does our community need and what are they willing to sacrifice, right?
I think the sacrifice is a huge, and I agree with you. I mean, I did not frame that well in terms of a community conversation. But it's the sacrifice, because in having these conversations, you know, some people are very, give up midwinter break. And I'm like, be careful, that is a beloved break. Like, I'm not saying that, you know, maybe we do need to make that choice and that we do need to sacrifice, but it's just not an easy issue.
And that community conversation needs to include the staff as well, right? So like, I don't know how the staff would feel about, you know, making midwinter break shorter. So that's,
I mean, because we haven't had
conversation.
been with that. That's not a historical week off for this district. I mean, it's been quite some time now, but we didn't.
It's relatively new.
We didn't have it.
Yeah.
It's old. All right, so 30 years ago, or 20, right?
I don't want to have presented, especially since I've spoken on behalf to some extent of the MIA, even though I'm not their spokesperson, that this is not information that we would consider. Like, we will of course be taking in consideration the feedback of communities that we've all heard publicly, and we will be looking at the data I just wanted to highlight that these are things that we've discussed in the past, and here are some of the things that we identified as perhaps reasons why we stayed with sort of building our calendar around this state and identified and federally identified holidays, and also building in those other pressures, because there's a lot of things that we're trying to fit into a calendar. But we will, of course, take into consideration the voice of the community, and we will take your input with respect to asking very specific questions with respect to the cost benefit of adding additional days in the time that people need to be away from school.
I mean, I think it's, I think Maggie Kai's comment is notable, that, it never occurred to her growing up in New York that this isn't the way it is, right? And I think that's a large part of how we have that, how we move, from diversity and inclusion to equity, or I'm not saying that right, it's been a really long day, but that's how we start having that conversation is, what value do we place highest? And I think it would be, I've been encouraging the PTA DEI committee to have this conversation, because I think that would be a great space for it. I hope that
They've talked about it.
I'm sure that they've talked about it. I hope that they will take it and run with it, because I think that would be a great, safe, well-respected place to have that conversation. But anyways, it's changing our mindsets, and so many people hadn't thought about it. On Facebook, lots of people saying, oh, I never thought about it. So I think that's, we've made huge strides in the conversation's been happening for years, but that it's more of a entire community conversation. So I appreciate that a lot.
And just a kind of a final piece, and you mentioned it earlier, President Tucker, is, we're always trying to project what our districts around us are doing with their weeks and their holidays. And not holidays, but their weeks of when they're taking vacations, because the staff impact is real. And if we're not somewhat aligned, this is separate from being able to recognize some of these other days. But when we talk about the midwinter break, we really had to start moving that direction, because outside of Lake Washington, everyone else is taking that week off. And because our staff have kids in those school districts, the staff absent rates during that time period really started to become problematic. And so you're right, we don't exist in a vacuum, and decisions that we make may not be able to hold up. And so, looking at all of those, but I think the conversation I took away, and President Tucker was there with our equity advisory, is that there's an interest in a conversation.
And I guess real quickly, building on Deborah's point, that perhaps this is something for at a regional level, right? To begin the conversation of what we want to do with neighboring school districts, because that's what's really important when it comes, or the most important when it comes to these sort of logistical challenges, if we were to do something.
It's actually a good topic to bring up at the East Side Board Directors meeting.
Or we just have our students lead it and they'll solve all the problems.
Good luck.
That's the end of the superintendent report.
Okay, lovely, thank you. I'd like to take a 5-minute break, just so everyone in the viewing audience knows this is the 8th hour for us today of meetings. So we're just beginning our 8th hour, I think, unless I got the math wrong. So 5-minute break.
Although Donna's been here. Plus,
right, we are back from our break. Ready to move on to partial governance process monitoring. The first topic is board policy 1800 OE9, communication and support to the board. It is the determination of closed enrollment under board policy 3141.
So just to reiterate, this question was asked a little bit earlier in the year. The board asked what were the thoughts on policy 3141 and enrollment of non-resident students. At that time, I responded that I did not anticipate that it would be any different for 22-23 school year than it currently is. And so this item is here to confirm that the district will stay in the not open to non-resident students for 22-23 school year. And this information will then be available on our website. Information item.
That was just for information, no questions or anything. Okay, next item is board policy 1800 OE7, financial administration. This is a draft resolution number 708, 2022-23 reduced education program, certificated first reading.
So this is based on the discussion with the board again back in January at your study session. We met to discuss the enrollment decline over the past 2 years and the impact on the ongoing impact on our budget. And so we are now at a space of the board needing to have an official reduction in force resolution. Tonight is the first reading of that. And we do have timelines, of course, based on our human resources processes that have to be in place. And so Erin is going to go through the reduction in force resolution, and Ty is also available to answer questions on this as well. Please note that this clearly states it's for certificated impact. Erin, are you ready?
I'm trying to be
Saw
ready.
you moved location.
I moved locations. I just need to figure out where the board docs went. Because I think I'm gonna end up sharing it office because I am now also at Dreve, so give me 1 second. I have to share my computer actually. Appreciate your patience. I'm glad that Dries is gone, so we cannot see all of the tabs I have open. Can you see that all right? Perfect. All right. So as Superintendent Pulaski highlighted, and as foreshadowed earlier in conversation to the board by Ty, our Director Bergstrom's presentation, the district is looking at reductions in force or RIFs across the district for the 22-23 school year. These reductions stem from declining enrollment and associated and correlating decline in funding for the district. We identified originally or previously back in January the required certificate reductions to include a 0.8 FTE special services staff, 0.2 FTE site administrators, 1 FTE district administrators, 9 FTE, and that's full-time equivalent, elementary certificated staff, 7 middle school staff, 4.5 high school staff, and that would recoup a total of 2.6 million in just the school site teachers, not counting the administrators or special ed staff. Because of offsetting leaves and separations, I'm bringing before you today a draft resolution that identifies just over 7 certificated FTE being cut across the system, including administrative certificated staff. The differential between what was identified before and what I'm bringing to you today is really made up of these offsetting leaves. So there was more that I brought to you before, but we have people who went on leaves who are not backfilling. And we have resignations and retirements that are also not being backfilled. So there is not an adverse impact. So we are not cutting the people, but those people in that cost recovery or those savings are returned to the district. A small portion of the reduction could not be achieved. So we didn't achieve the total savings that we were hoping, but we're very close because of our need to provide educational programs to our students. There was not a way to practically do it and still provide the quality education that we feel our students need. But before I delve into the reduction themselves, I have to, just as I did last year, emphasize that these reductions are our friends and colleagues, like these people that I'm identifying, this FTE, they are our children's educators, they're people I work with every day, and they're part of our community. We really do make a vested interest, or we make a concerted effort to welcome all of those who come here, and so it is very challenging to have conversations where we are letting people or forcibly removing people from the district. A ref is not something that district proposes or takes lightly because it creates emotional and financial strain on those who are adversely impacted and their families. And the district also loses, right? RIFs lower the morale of the district, which leads to declining activity and erosion of trust. And it's a loss of institutional knowledge that it's hard to keep. And way up and downside, there's setbacks in learning just because we lose what they have brought to the district. But it's also important we need to have a financially and fiscally stable district because that ultimately is what will serve our students well in the long run. So this is a decision that we feel we must take, but I don't want to pretend that there is not a real and personal impact on people. We have had a conversation with staff because the only way we can deal with and address the fears of staff is to be as transparent as possible with both you, the board, the staff members themselves, and the community. So we've had those conversations with the staff members who are likely going to be impacted by the reductions in force. We've had conversations with our MIE partners, and we've been working together to find creative ways to retain some certificated staff using different funding streams than general education fund, be it through CTE or that type of thing. And as I said, we're going to be ripping a total of 7.002 FTE. And again, while we're pleased that's fewer people, it's still not easy. So looking at the resolution itself, if we don't have questions, is very similar to what you saw last year when we were having the same conversation or similar conversation. We did look at other budgetary factors and work that were available, such as training programs, facilities, anything before staffing, but we can't ignore the fact that over 86% of our cost is staffing. So with that, we looked at what we needed and we ultimately came to these reductions, which is a total reduction of 0.8 FTE in elementary librarian. That does right size our librarians to our reduced enrollment across the elementaries. That 0.8 FTE is proposed to be applied evenly across the elementaries. So each librarian would be then a 0.8 FTE. So that's equivalent to like 4 days a week. Not saying that they will only be working 4 days a week, but just to put it in perspective for those who don't typically work with FTEs. A total reduction at the secondary, which is middle school, 6 through 8, of 2.002. You might be curious as to why you have the 2.002 is because the middle school is on a trimester versus a semester or quarter system. And that 0.202 is from world language, specifically Spanish reduction. There would be a reduction in math of 1.0 and science and elimination of 0.8 FTE. At the secondary grades 9 through 12, there's a total reduction of 1.2. So you'll see a lot of fractional reduction. A 0.2 is basically one period or one class. So it's eliminate 0.2 FTE in math. In Chinese, it's an elimination of 0.2. Social studies, elimination of 0.2. Directed studies, which is 0.2. English is 0.2, and music is 0.2. So that's all MIA represented staff. Certificate administrative staff reduction include the assistant director of student services, which is a one position, it's a full reduction. And the elimination of the 2 assistant principals for a total of 2.2 FTE. And again, that has to do with cost savings. Also, the elementary schools have been reduced in size. Are there questions?
Yeah. I mean, I know that there's bargaining rules that in terms of who it impacts, but in terms of who makes the decision? Is it the building principal that makes the decision in terms of how it's not articulating as well? Like the music, we heard examples that it's coming from choir. Is it in fact coming from choir? How did, okay, so can you explain that?
It's the master schedule building at the high school and the same at the middle school as well. And so it was working really long and hard actually on Friday, because first we have to wait for our students to do their selections, which I'm sure as high school parents knew that was something that was happening last week. And getting those numbers in to see what did the students choose. We do have a course catalog that we've got some things that we want to fulfill in there. So then the principal has to look to see where have the students not enrolled, what are some things we can stack. And so that then led to these 0.2s in a multitude of different places where there wasn't student selection, and they were able to collapse to another space and not run those class sizes to beyond our contractual obligations. So for example, I do know that our choir teacher does not have, she is a 1.0 FTE currently, but it is not all in music. And so the directed studies was is a 0.2 reduction. That is a class that she had been facilitating and teaching to round out her full schedule. I believe the music 0.2, someone help me out.
The music 0.2 is the directed studies, the person.
No, the music, the choir is directed studies. The music is steel drum.
I think it's still drum.
Oh, steel.
A section of steel drums.
Is that at Lake Ridge?
No, that is at the high school. That's all the high school. At the elementary, you can see that we had recommended a much higher amount of FTE for elementary, but as Erin described, we've had lots of leaves, resignations, retirements, limiteds that we won't be backfilling that have taken care of that reduction in classroom overall sections in the elementary.
So like so using the steel drum class as an example. So whoever taught that class, assuming they've got the seniority, they're going to be offered another section of something.
Correct. Right.
Okay.
Because it is based on seniority in a section, and then it can result in bumping, but it reflected here, like, so let's assume that the social studies person has an endorsement in Spanish. And so they had seniority in Spanish. The social studies person could take the Spanish, but it still reflects a reduction. What's actually being reduced is social studies. But the person who might lose FTE may be a Spanish person. That's a hypothetical. Sorry. Yeah.
So to zoom out for a moment, when I think of reductions in force, there's really two sort of an XY, there's two dimensions. Like the first is the scope. So I know like from the January 28th presentation, we were talking about 4.2 million, which with 135 enrollment decline would get us to a balanced budget, except for the fact that still when it comes to levy collection dollars, we're relying on pre-pandemic enrollment. There's valid perhaps reasons for that, but to just zoom out and sort of set the table, right? And then we're managing to that budget. And this is one piece of that with certificated employees. But then what becomes, so then the second question, right, is, are the cuts which are difficult, are they being targeted? In what fashion? What's the process by which that's occurring? And one of the things that's sort of difficult actually to see from this sheet, because I understand we're managing to 4.2 billion or 4.2 million Some of those are technology, some is natural attrition, some will come with non-certificated staff, but it's hard to tell from here, like how this fits in to the overall budget cuts, and then even within this, what's the process? Like, you know, what course in particular? I mean, it sounds like we're making these cuts on course enrollment. I mean, I don't know, but that's what it sounds like. So like, let's discuss that. Were there courses that had lower enrollments that we chose not to cut, or just what was the methodology? Because when I see math and science for middle school, where like, I mean, that's where the majority of the cuts are, that seems to conflict with where, you know, where a lot of our values are as a district. And it's just very difficult for me to see, one, how these cuts fit into the overall picture of how we manage to a balanced budget, putting aside the levy stabilization piece. And then two, you know, why, you know, what the methodology was.
Karen, do you want to talk about the methodology piece, and then Todd, you can touch on the numbers?
Yeah.
So I will say, so in terms of the determining where cuts should happen, it really is largely driven by student enrollment. One of the reasons why, I mean, we waited to bring this to you because we wanted to have the high school like enrollment in classes an indication of their interests. So we knew where we would have students wanting to take classes. So we knew that we didn't have the same participation numbers or the numbers to support the steel drum class, for example, at the rate that we had. So that's where the cut would go. So it is not saying that now there's not going to be math or science available at the middle school. There's arguably fewer students at the middle school because if I'm correct, I think they're graduating out to the high school, a relatively large class, and they're taking in less of a class. So actually what's happening here, there's an elimination of 0.8 science at the middle school, but that person is actually being moved to the high school. So sort of actually going with the kids. So that is sort of the process of how they determine what is being reduced. Same with library, like, and or if we were to, you look at, there's contractual requirements for what we have to provide library access for students. So we look at that and we look at the fundings and we align it to the different class sections to ensure that we're meeting all of our obligations and that the classes have the ability to access the library at the rate that's expected under the contract. And that's our baseline. So if you have 15 sections or 15 classes, that the amount of library services you need is very different if you're looking at 18 and above. So that's sort of how that's driven. I don't know if that helps. And again,
It does. I would just say, I mean, what would be helpful is how this translates into the real world impact. Like, for instance, knowing that music, what we're talking about is the steel drums course because of we're limited in enrollment. Like when it comes to math, is that a course offering that's not being offered, or is it just because the enrollment is smaller, so we don't need to offer,
You just don't have,
four,
that's what that is at the high school.
classes, and we're offering 3, but it's very difficult. I mean, I understand what an FTE is and roughly speaking, like how that sort of matriculates down with like the MIEA contract, but I can't tell from this what the real world impact is. And then also how it fits into the larger picture of how we manage to the budget. So in isolation, I find it fairly.
so this is, so, and I want to highlight that this particular resolution is giving us authority to reduce staffing. And I understand that you may want to know what specific classes, but this is what I have to bring in order to, because it's all about people. So this presentation is about the reductions in people, and this would be the expected sort of delineation, because I'm required to specifically delineate where cuts are occurring in order to comply with contractual and legal requirements.
Like it has to be done this time of year specifically.
On a cadence, because we historically, if the district is pursuing a RIF, you want to have at least 2 readings. So this is a draft reading. And then so this is meeting the obligations to ensure that to the extent that we're taking adverse action against our employees, which for all the reasons identified is not something that we want to do, but it's what we feel is necessary given the economic outlook of the district. That this is what we have to do in order to be legal and to be compliant. And frankly, we bring it at this time, which is arguably a little bit earlier than other districts might, because it's also what is the most, it's the best way to treat our employees. Because if we are cutting people's jobs, this gives them opportunities to seek jobs elsewhere. And we feel an obligation as a district to our employees who have contributed a lot to us and to our students, that if we're not able to continue with their employment for factors that are unrelated to their performance, we want them to have the opportunity to pursue gainful employment elsewhere and have as much time to do so as possible.
Sorry, can I just direct to Tam?
Yeah.
She's
Yeah, can I, totally, not disagreeing anything with what you're saying, Erin, and we've gone through this before. We recognize we need the cuts. And I think, Dan, what I'm hearing you, and it's maybe aligned with what kind of my question, and in a sense where I totally get it, it's data driven of like, if there's not anybody there, then how do we, what is our baseline contractual obligation for the librarian? But then I also think as we're making these, as kind of tied to what you said, our larger goals, right? Sometimes we can't make, when we make these kind of cuts, what are the long-term implications, right? Because yeah, we don't have anybody for the steel drum, right? But then what if we do next, right? And so I'm thinking of like a couple of years in advance, and when we kind of make these moves, especially during this time, when we're talking about how are we increasing our math and science, how are we making sure our students have social emotional learning. And so when I see things like music, even though currently maybe next year there might be a reduction, right? These are things that I guess on a larger philosophy, for me, it's like when Dan asked like what is driving these cuts, and I hear the data. I also think, we should have guiding principles of like, what are we aiming to achieve? And if our students, are, for me, we need as much direct on service as really going so much backward in our equity, right? We cut the Spanish program already, and we keep cutting our, our world language. And so I feel like we're doing a lot of cuts that are going against with what we say are our values. And then like for music, even though we don't have, the steel drum, but then making those cuts could potentially make us lose that person. And so we will never have steel drum in the future. So I guess I'm encouraging us to think larger, to kind of see and then see where, and I appreciate, and I'm so thankful actually, like the first time you guys introduced this to us, and I saw the number of cuts that we had that were proposed. It was a lot. And so I'm so glad that we're at this level to talk about a lot of reduction. And I see that when one of the things that were brought up, how do we make cuts across the system? And so I see that reflected in here currently. But I also, and I hope what I'm saying is kind of what you're trying to say too, Dan, and I don't know if I'm not, but that I just don't feel that if these are the best cuts that are aligned with where we want to go, not just, and then if we make these cuts right now, if they're going to hurt us in the near future, and if there are other places in our system. And again, and I will say, and I will just throw this out because I'm thinking about the system and the role and function. Things for me, right? So when I see these people, they are direct hands-on to our students. Then I see the next level, like our instructional coaches. What role do they play? Are they hands-on? Then I see our administrators, right? How far we move. And so when we make cuts, this is not a board thing personally. I like cuts, that are more removed from the hands-on interaction with our students, because we're talking about increased SEO, we're talking about a trusted individual that the students can connect to. And these are the people that I'm seeing who have that kind of impact, especially in the upcoming year. So that's kind of where I encourage us to kind of think larger and kind of the immediate impact
I totally hear you about the hands-on and people that have a connection to our kids, which I guess all of these people do, but, you know, along with our principles of like, you know, putting students first and kind of all of the fundamentals that we have and so forth, we also have an obligation to have a balanced budget. So that's gotta come from somewhere. And like, I personally do not have the skills necessary to like dig in and like completely redo the budget and, you know, come up with a better solution. So I'm kind of curious, like, how you think that would work.
I agree that we have to manage to a budget, but when we present the certificated reduction in force, and I understand the timing issues for doing it earlier, but it needs to be holistic. So when it's just viewed in isolation, there isn't, as Pam said earlier, when it came to calorie, it's about trade-offs, right? We live in a world of finite time and finite resources. So how can I say whether this is sensible or not when I don't get the overall picture of all the cuts that are being made? So where you work within our budget.
So are we, as a board, asking for more information about the context of these cuts? Can I hear from other?
I think we've been getting this information all along. I mean, we know that there's an enrollment decline. We have to have, you know, with the prototypical school model, we're paid per student. From my understanding, I believe there's usually more than one section of steel drum band, so that's not going away. I imagine just one section, one class period is getting cut, which looks like it's across the board. I would have to presume that fewer kids enrolled in Chinese, which means that, you know, classes have to be a certain size or we can't offer them. And so it's not taking it in a vacuum, unless you choose to look at it that way. We've heard the enrollment projections, we know our budget deficit, we know the prototypical school model, and now we know the classes that our kids have signed up for. And, you know, I'm looking at this and we've got almost half of our cuts are in this building. They're not directly impacting students. So that's the value that we've had and continue to have. So, and then the other ones are driven by enrollment. If we don't have the kids to put in seats in the classroom, we can't offer the class. So you can choose to look at this in a vacuum, but this particular resolution, we're not talking budget here. We're talking the resolution about layoff notices that's required by law. That has to happen by April, whatever date. And so we have to do it this way. I don't want to be presented a huge entire budget every time when, I mean, we have been recently. I'm not done yet. I let you talk a long time. I didn't like to talk a long time. You talked a long time. Right. So, you know, it's this constant ask questions and then let them answer them. But this is not in a vacuum. This is part of an entire $70 million budget. We know we have to make up, I know I give the wrong number. We know, how about some respect? We know that we have to make up a certain amount of dollars based on our declining enrollment. This is one piece of it. And because of the law, we have to pass the resolution in a timely way because we're required to give notice to our employees. That's it.
And just a reminder that this is for discussion only tonight. And David, did you want to say something? It's like an auction. It's like
It's fair. I think we've gone through this, Ty has taken this through this for at least 2 years now, knowing this was coming. And I do think before the pandemic, we knew enrollment was declining. During the pandemic, enrollment declined. We as a board said, let's not cut anything, let's spend into fund balance to see if we hope there's a turnaround. To your point, Tam, that we need to be forward-looking and preserve people. Next year into the pandemic, we used a bunch of other funds, the ESSER funds, to maintain enrollment and to maintain staffing levels so that we could help kids through the pandemic. So that was really now 2+ years, 2 to 3 years of maintaining staff levels in the hopes that something better happens or some other action happens that allows us to be more forward-looking. So we've kind of done that right now. So now we're sitting and saying, in this next year, there are literally no kids enrolled in these courses. So you were talking about, let's not cut teachers who are near kids. That's what they're telling us is kids have not enrolled in these
Or
courses.
not enough.
Or not enough kids have enrolled in these courses. So I'm hearing that as well. So those are cuts that could be made because there are very few kids there. I get that. The only thing I could see doing here is maybe a projection of some sort of average in each one of these courses and see how these courses are over the long term. Is that where we should be making cuts or not? It's getting pretty complex at that level.
So when I say a vacuum, so like, I don't see instructional coaches on here. So is that because they're non-certificated and they're salaried, or what's the rationale? And then when it comes to the salaried personnel, what's the nature of the cuts? Like, when I get that we manage the budget, I know what the numbers are. The question is, how does this fit into the larger piece? What's the mix? And when I just see,
I mean, what's the dollar value on
no, well, what's the certificated versus the non-certificated? How come there's no instructional coaches on this that are further away? When I see it, it would be helpful to have notes saying this is the course, this is, this is the rationale, like a little note. It could be like one sentence, like 5. But presented just with this, I don't have much information to go on. I understand there has to be cuts. Like, I'm not disputing.
I guess I feel like they're giving us the information, like that's what Erin just did, is explain like which the positions were and why they're being.
But I guess we don't understand the whole organizational, and like, let's say if we're talking about that, we are thinking about doing a lot of program changes, and we need to get teachers to a certain place, then we are investing in instructional coaches. And this is purely a position and a title, and I know it's tied to folks, right? But when I'm looking at these things, I'm looking at the functions of these folks. So if we know kind of like where people are placed, then it makes sense if we are gonna prioritize, right? Because we have planned for the future of using the instructional coaches, right? For example. But just to say that, we have a reduction in students and the librarian is not needed because that's a, contractual level, that's kind of like, that's why I see it short-sighted, right? Because whether we have 50 or 60 students, right, and 50 is the bare minimum, that's still, so that's kind of where I'd like to see the larger, and I think that's what, I don't know what Dan's saying, is like the larger context of who is in our district and what role do they play and what do we need to kind of move. But given as is, we can say, yeah, we're, of course, and I totally get that. I'm not asking to not make cuts. I'm totally not, but this is our opportunity to, right size our system, all part of our system, to move where we want to be in 1, 3, 5 years. And that's all I'm asking. Are we making decisions that will?
I'm gonna let Erin reply, but I also want to point out that this is for discussion only. We have a huge agenda still ahead of us with some lengthy discussions potentially, so just bear that in mind. Like, if we choose to use our time to just stay on this topic, then we may have to like postpone some other discussions.
So I just want to highlight, and just because perhaps it would help you understand the process, that this document is a culmination of weeks and weeks of work on behalf of administrators and staff in terms of identifying, here is the cuts you need to make at your school, given the reduction needed to have a balanced budget. So that's where we start. And then it's looking, we have administrators who are professionals who are looking across their system, who understand their students, who are looking at the student data, understand the importance of classes as it relates to students, and some are kept smaller because it is a crash class. Some of the crash classes are smaller because that's the student need, and making decisions as to where the cuts are most appropriate. But there is going to be an impact, and there is going to be pain felt across the system with any sort of rift. And these are, what you're seeing here are just the rift. There are cuts across the system that aren't on this, because we are not backfilling. So to be focusing just on this list, if that's really what you want to understand the whole picture, there are much broader cuts. And I'm not saying that to invite you to look at the granular detail of a master schedule, because I personally am not sure that I have the wherewithal to do that. But we do have, like, I have the utmost regard for Erin Miller and Mary Jo, you know, and I could list all of my principals in terms of taking the information. And this is not something they want to do, but this is something that they are doing because they know having a district that's in the black and not upside down financially is in the best interest of students. So I'm not like happy to give you more information, but what I'm telling you is these are the identified areas where they felt would have the least impact on students, given enrollment and given the priorities of the district at this point in time. If you want, so this was their best analysis of what to do with their task at hand. If they could, they would keep all of the extras. But if you at your direction choose to not have, let's say, I'm just going to pick Chinese and say we want Chinese, then that cut has to come somewhere else. And then we need to have some direction as to a different process through which we are to identify areas for reduction. Because what the process has been is where is the student need? That has been the process, and here are the things that we want. If we're pursuing UDL and inclusion, I know there was a reference to coaches. My understanding and my belief is that there's a belief that coaches are beneficial in terms of ensuring that teachers can build capacity to provide that inclusionary model and to provide those services and to help. And I can say that our coaches have, I'm not sure how we would have survived the pandemic without having our coaches, especially like our tech coaches, our instructional coaches. So they add a lot of value to the system. But if there's a system change, like I have to rely on my superintendent for sort of and the board for changing that direction. But I would say that is likely the reason why you are not seeing reduction as coaches is because we do have some major lifts district-wide in terms of inclusion and growth that is changing our teaching practices. And we need to, if we're cutting administrators, then we need to have someone to be helping our teachers do that. So I think that is your answer. And to someone else's point, I think that we did, again, student enrollment is driving a lot of this, which is why you do see the reduction of 2 administrators at the elementary school because they are smaller. But they also have direct contact with kids. So if there's a different, I'm just trying to give you perspective. And so this is round and round.
And this is what I think our community needs to hear, right? Because so when we present this, and I think that what that was asked in the beginning, is like we need to lay out the context of where we want to be and why we made this decision and why we base it on lack of student enrollment in these classes. But these are the communication that we need to give our community. You know, it can't be just like presenting this and then we agree or not agree, and then there's going to be the talk in the community. And so we have to share our vision and how the cuts are in a line. And so just what you just said, Erin, right? How do we start with that? And that helps people to understand the rationale why we cut in certain areas and not in other areas.
One other thing, I think there's also a conception of, for example, with steel band, are there other opportunities for the students that perhaps are not steel band that they could transition to? Because I know that there are people who are interested in steel band who might switch to guitar, which is something we offer. So it drives students to other areas where there's electives available.
And if there is enough interest in some of these smaller options like steel band, like steel drums, it's a perfect opportunity to have an after-school club to preserve that kind of core knowledge and preserve that activity and continue to foster engagement. I mean, there are other options to pursue it, but it just won't be a curricular offering. So I've spent a lot of time over several years working with Vicki and then Walter and Aaron and Mary Jo, looking at their process and hopefully reviewing their master schedules with them and the counselors and the registrars, literally counting the kids in each class and seeing where do we go, what do we do with this class, it's sitting right on the edge to hide. What do we do? And these conversations are happening. They do happen in terms of what is the best for, what are the best places for our kids. And this, as Director Battersby said, this is the culmination of a lot of effort by a lot of people to take a look at where are our kids expressing their interest in their courses and what do we have to offer, and making sure that we're meeting both of those needs.
When I see the breadth of subjects in high school, for example, across broad areas, social studies, English, music, math, it says there's a broad reduction in the high school number of students. So as opposed to just taking it out of one place, this seems like kids are picking the courses they want to pick, but there's just an overall reduction in students, and so we kind of stripped a little bit of paint off every layer.
We do, I'm sorry, but we do also have a very robust course catalog. And so you heard in previous board meetings about new courses being added and students signing up for those. And so when you have a robust catalog, students have lots of choices. And where those choices are made is what drives that master schedule. Does it change every year? Yes, it does, a little bit. There are things that next year we might have a whole big influx into steel drums. We've had a fairly significant decrease in band students at the high school this year. I think it was 60 plus. So, you know, our students, as we come out of the pandemic, is that something that they're going to start to sign up for again some more? But we have to remember that the middle school is less. Those students are flowing into the high school. They have lots of choices and they make those choices, and then we have to make the decision. We do a lot of creative things called, one of them is stacking, where we'll have guitar and advanced guitar in the same period, because you might only have 25 kids total, but you have this small group that wants to do advanced and this small group that wants to begin. And so our teacher then teaches it at the same period so that we are still within our class sizes that we're contractually bound by, and that are fiscally responsible as well. So lots of creative thought and solutions go into making sure that our students can have a broad complement of offerings.
Thank you everyone for the discussion, but I would like to move on, if everyone is okay, to the next.
Let's read this.
Thank you, Erin.
Second reading, we have to take action though. Is that
Correct.
right? So
Are
I
we
guess,
ask, I mean, unless the board is asking for some other type of information or.
yeah, is there any
context
other
or whatever.
information or anything else that would allow us or needed to take action?
I think it would be good from a communication perspective to this, when the second reading is provided, also provide an intro to the budget, where we are with the budget, because part of it is for the community, to educate the community, where we are with the budget, what are our strategy, right? And then why did we decide to make certain cuts to meet our future strategy? Because I think that's.
We do have tentatively scheduled a budget update at your March 24th meeting. We didn't feel that this was the right meeting to do that. A lot of other things on here, plus we needed to wait for the legislature to assign the budget so that Ty would actually have that information for next year and be able to use that in his presentation to you. So that is something that is on the agenda.
I am getting the sense of that it would be useful to see, like, just kind of proportionately, like, how much of the money we need to save is being made up by, like, you know, people retiring, people not returning, those kinds of things versus these cuts. Like that's a little
larger picture.
So you're wanting to, just I want to echo back so I understand. So you're wanting to know, here's the.
Sorry, we were just
FTE and
discussing
FTE
here.
for this
I don't think we
amount.
should echo back yet, Erin. Let's
Yeah,
get
no, we're still-
confirmation from the
yeah,
board
is that
first.
like, which I think is probably part of the budget update anyway, you know, but just, is that what people are interested in? Kind of like seeing these cuts in that context?
So you mean the total number of reductions of sections or teachers total? And then we've got the number of separations.
Right.
And then the number of flips.
Right. Does that
Is that fair in providing context?
Yes, and I think also the strategy of where we want to be, so making decision why we.
Preserving
Yes,
coaches.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the community needs to know.
I just don't, I feel like we talk about that all the time.
No,
And
that's fair,
No,
Deborah.
but
I think
in this context.
let's just get the feedback of what's wanted. We can discuss what's too
Yeah.
much.
I'm not gonna fight it if the majority wants it. I'm not gonna fight it anyways, but you know, our meetings are 5 hours and if we keep going, and our meetings are meetings of the board. So if a board director doesn't understand, by all means, ask the question, but then communicating to the community is a separate issue. So this meeting is not to communicate to the community. This meeting is for the board to make decisions. So if there's confusion about the values, the vision, the mission, the priorities, that's really concerning at this point.
Don't think that's what's been articulated. I think.
No, but
Then I'm not understanding.
But the community is also watching the meeting.
I'm not saying it's saying it doesn't matter.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying there is also
No,
communication
that-
happening in the form of people watching the meeting and going the other way, like speaking to the meeting and, you know, so.
Yeah, because I wasn't understanding why these cuts, because I would have to make a different strategy, right? But then to accept these cuts, I would have to understand the administration strategy, and then it's something I can support. If they said this is their
I
strategy.
guess it would be helpful for me if you make a proposal of a different strategy, but
Oh, I'm not making a proposal.
no, I'm saying that would help me
So
understand.
I think we're narrowing down to what we want here, actually. So I'm sorry. I do get the desire to support the coaches and why are we not cutting them? I get that.
Well, but
I
you
get
get that, but Tam was questioning
No,
it.
Sorry, I get the need that we need to explain it.
Yes.
That's what I mean by I get it. I
Yeah,
get it.
I have, because I've heard that from the community as
Yeah.
well, like, it's good to address.
It's good to address.
Yeah.
Why are we not cutting coaches? We should address that. I get that. How does these reductions fit in the picture of the 4.2 million we need to reduce? What percentage, how many percentage are we satisfied through normal attrition? What percentage is this of that, or what dollar amount? And what dollar amount is the administrative staff reductions? And that's an explanation we can put to the community.
And I would propose, like, what's the real world impact? Like going from a 5-day library into a 4-day library, what courses are gonna be impacted? Not the positions, but how does this actually manifest in terms of what students' options, what they're gonna experience on the ground?
I just want to be clear that it's just, I'm putting that by context. It doesn't mean there's only gonna be library 4 days. I just want to be clear.
Do you feel like
And then,
we're on the same page?
yeah, and I mean, the 0.2 release on these is fewer students, right? So a 0.8, a 1.0 versus a 0.8 librarian is because the number of students in our elementary school have shrunk. So what does that mean?
But I mean, for instance, when I see math, right, if the math was at the high school, it's one, if you're condensing courses, like going from 3 to 2. If you're no longer offering calculus BC, that has a much different impact. So sometimes like the FTE, it can translate into an impact that students experience, and it can translate into a lesser impact, right? And that's what I mean by sort of what's the upshot in terms of for those hands, those teachers where it's direct contact. What does that translate to?
Well, the other thing I think as Erin was pointing out, the calculus BC, my favorite, could be cut just because more students took statistics instead, or personal finance. So even if we didn't do a RIF, the course, my favorite course, might still be cut. Right. So I appreciate that we heard. So independent of the RIFs, maybe it's interesting to understand how course selection is changing for kids. But I think that's orthogonal to RIFs.
I feel like we're kind of gonna just go in circles here, but I think that what I'm hearing, correct me if I'm wrong, what I'm hearing is partly a desire to hear what the likely impact is, that what the projected possible impacts are on students of these lessons. It's obvious that there's an impact on the staff members concerned, but like what from like a parent perspective is likely to be the outcome. Does it mean, one less class is offered, or does it mean one person is combining two classes or whatever? And I realize that there aren't answers for a lot of those questions at this point, but I think that's the sense that I'm getting what people are asking.
But it might be easier to understand. Yeah, it make it easy to separate courses from dollars, FTEs, and alignment with the savings we're trying to make.
You make sense, David, when you said like if people aren't taking, and so even if we don't deliver it, we might not have offer that class. I think that's important to hear and understand versus when we talk about program reduction, people are thinking of providing less quality and less, option. And so I think it's like, so just, because hopefully I represent the community, and if I'm not understanding this, then I'm sure the community is not understanding it. So the more that we can put out in front to provide to the board is a great opportunity to explain those nuances.
And I think that connects with what Superintendent Kolaski said. We have a massive course catalog. Not all of those courses run every single year because students are the priority, and these two don't select every course every year. And their colleagues. And so that ebb and flow, but we still keep courses on the books, or we have staff who are there. The teacher who we're talking about with the Chinese is actually going to stay a full-time teacher, also teaches math. She's picking up a math course. She's still in the building. If Chinese grows again, we still have that. And so there's a lot of strategy behind the scenes. Fully understand what you're saying there. At the height of my tenure at Lakeridge, I think we had 26 regular gen ed sections. They're down to 15 next year. That means that we have 11 fewer classes that are going through the library every single week. And so those are the types of things. And so I think it's a both and of community wanting to understand this, but also administrators wanting you as a community to know there is a tremendous amount of thought, care, and compassion that's going into this. And we just need to bring those two things together.
I hate to be like,
Yeah.
I don't know what the term is, but we've got 6 more topics.
I think we've got closure on this.
Yes, okay. Thank you, everyone, for the discussion and the answers. Next up, we have Board Policy 1800 OE5 Staff Evaluation and Instructional Practices, proposed revisions to Board Policy 5240. This is a first reading.
This is a first reading, and the board did receive this as part of their weekly update last week, so I hope you had the opportunity to review it there. This, again, is to really align just the one section of our evaluation system. This impacts, I believe, 11 employees of the management team to align better with our values, vision, and mission, our evaluation system for them. It hadn't been adjusted for a while. Of course, I have worked with all of that team to work them through this and talk them through this, and would ask that we are this is a first reading.
It's listed as action.
It can be action, but it is also listed as a first reading.
Are there comments, questions? Do we want to take action?
Or you could move it to consent. Yeah, next meeting. That's.
Sure.
Can you just ask Donna, like, so these things, it's from state, it's required.
It's required of an evaluation system, yes.
And so then, and I like the fact that everything is there, like all part of the systems are there. And I wonder, like, if there has been conversation on, there are shared expectation regardless of what role you play on Mercer Island or what job you hold. And then there are job specific. And I wonder if other school districts have something similar, that there are like, cultural because I see like things like creating school culture, right? So that could be job specific, but I hope like all staff kind of like there are some basic kind of expectation that everybody holds. as a MISD employee?
So there's multiple layers to the evaluation. So there's the classified evaluation. On the certificated side, then you have what's in the TPEP, which is actually in legislation, the Teacher Principal Evaluation Program. And then, so teachers and principals are in on that one. And then, so what this is this is central office. Central office is wide open. You go to different districts, but what we try to do and what Superintendent Koloski's put forward is, let's take a look at what are those core elements of central office leadership and embed those in. Culture shows up in all of the different ones. It just shows up in different ways, but it's because there's not a uniform evaluation tool, if you will, like there is with TPEP. Is that kind of your answer on that? So yes, it shows up. It just looks differently depending on which tool is being used.
And adopting this framework will then align our certificated central office administrators and our classified central office administrators to a similar system where we all are using our values, vision, and mission, our priorities in that evaluation tool. So those discussions that occur at the beginning of the year as you're setting goals for the department and the supervisors having the discussion with the director or the assistant director. And then as that progresses through the year, being able to then look at that as a goal setting as well as an evaluation tool.
I mean, it's not something for us to maybe discuss today, but I want to just kind of throw it out there. If we're making culture and climate change, it would be good to pull out shared, kind of job expectations that kind of add towards that. Right, and how do we put out there in addition to job specific expectations? And so it's just something to think, because I think that's the only way we can change culture and climate is that everybody in the district has to follow these.
Well, that's the values, vision, and mission, and that's why going to a system that puts all of our leadership team in the same framework, where you're always circling back to the priorities of the district and the values, vision, and mission, and using the same rubrics and language for that pulls everyone into that culture and climate versus, this small group of employees is their evaluations based on this, these is based on this, it's pulling it all into the same framework. That was the goal of adjusting this.
And then we did have some shared professional development across classified, certificated.
And we still do all the time, all the time. They are present when we're having definitely all of our conversations, even around inclusion and equity and inclusionary practices. So it keeps the work that we're all doing in the same lane, so to speak.
Are we okay with putting this on the consent agenda for the next meeting? Great, thank you. Next item is very exciting. Board Policy 1250, Students on Governing Boards, proposed revision to add advisory voting, first reading.
So again, this was another one that I had sent to the board so you could preview it ahead of time. And I know that our student representative talked to the board about this as well. So we've presented some language that we hope the board would approve to add to our students on governing boards.
And just to be clear that this is only for votes during regularly scheduled meetings. So if we have an emergency meeting, if we have a special meeting, if we have an executive session and then come out of it and vote on something, students would not be voting on those issues since they wouldn't have been part of the discussion.
And we do even have times when our students aren't in attendance. So we even worded to say when in attendance.
Are there any questions or comments on it?
Students will be voting first. Is that the idea?
Yeah.
I think it says may, so like they'll be given the opportunity, and if they want to vote first, they can.
Do you have any students? Do you have anything to add?
I like it. We're did a good job, so.
It was a partnership.
Have you seen any other districts and how it's worked there?
I have talked to a couple of other districts who have implemented it. They really like it. I just think the biggest feedback is sometimes when the topics can be a little controversial. Students don't always want to put their selves out there and starting a vote, which is why I think we have May. But I think the making sure that students are able to express their opinions throughout the meeting on different policies, just not at the beginning with the report, is meaningful for both the student representatives to learn and also for the board to interact with the students.
Yeah, I agree with Andrew. I think it's good to have that kind of built-in infrastructure of student voice, because sometimes it is a little intimidating to like raise your hand or say something in this setting. And so I think for like coming reps in the future, that'll be a really nice thing to have. And the May, the like wording of May, I think is also really important, because sometimes we just aren't really informed, or sometimes what the topic is just doesn't pertain to us. And so if it's not really something that students care about or would have anything to say about, then we can just abstain. And I think that's just the word choice thing. So that was that.
Sounds very reasonable.
Good wordsmithing,
Yeah.
How do you feel if the board would vote against the students? What does that feel like?
Probably wouldn't feel very good, but I think that's part of the learning process for students and the board.
Yeah.
And I think that, that's just kind of what happens, right? If we're all in agreement, I don't think we'd all be here, so.
And how do you feel if the students vote against the board?
What does that say about the board?
Thank you.
I'm excited about it.
We do need to give some credit to the State Board of Education. That's where we were able to get a starting point for this. They have instituted this. They have student reps on the state board. And so that was the template that Andrew used.
And also special thanks to the WASDA Student Representative Network, which is where I met a lot of students who are or have implemented this. So I went to a lot of meetings and we bounced off ideas. And that was part where I got it, because I saw other districts had it and it seemed to be working really well in those districts. So yeah.
That's great.
That's great. Thank you. This is very good.
So should we vote on that next summer or put on the consent agenda? Do we feel it's?
Well,
Okay.
I would move that we vote on this.
We vote on it now. Okay, that's a motion to.
I second it.
All in favor? Oh, sorry, this, no, they don't.
No,
Last vote before.
Yeah, all in favor of, let me say this, all in favor of, I don't know what the term is, granting the students an advisory vote, the student representatives an advisory vote? Adopting the new language in the Students on Governing Boards board policy? Please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. No nays, no abstentions. That passes by a vote of 5-0. So welcome to the voting population of the board.
I'm excited.
Excellent. Okay, I'll keep this very short. The next thing is board policy 1001, the governance commitment superintendent succession. So there will be an updated email going out tomorrow to those who've signed up for it. And there'll be an update put on the website. But last on Monday, we went from 20. Okay, sorry. I clearly haven't prepared this. We had a total, I think 45, something like that, candidates apply for the job, and we determined, our search consultant Lydia Musher and I determined that 25 of them were very well qualified, fit the criteria that the board had set, based in part on the public feedback we've gotten in the thought exchange, et cetera. And so on Monday, we presented what we felt to be the top 15 candidates to the board, and in an executive session, the board winnowed through those candidates and voted and discussed, and we ended up narrowing down to a field of 7 semifinalist candidates. And we have spent a good portion of this week interviewing those 7 semifinalists, and we have now narrowed the field further. We will be checking references next week and plan to announce the finalists on March 17th, with finalists being invited to participate in a day of visits, interviews, and community meetings on March 21st. And more details will be going out via email and other mechanisms tomorrow about this. But those meetings on the 21st will be accessible in person as well as by Zoom, we're hoping. And there will also be a feedback survey for those who participate in those meetings. So we really encourage everyone possible to, everyone who's interested to take part in those meetings and get a chance to meet those candidates. So thank you to everyone who has, thank you to everyone who has helped with this process so far, and to all of the candidates, which we are very sincerely grateful that they have cared enough about our district and were interested in the job. And I found it a really fascinating process talking to so many people from all across the country and kind of hearing about what's going on in public schools all across the country. Yes.
I was just gonna wonder if there's gonna be a panel of students for the interviews, how that might look like, or what that might look like.
Great question. So there will be questions from, there will be questions in advance from anybody who wants to ask questions. So we'll be accepting questions by text and also by video. So if people want to record themselves asking questions and submit them that way, so that we're trying to keep everything as fair between candidates as possible. So that way each candidate will get the same set of questions. But we would love to have students involved in that process. And we would definitely love for students to be involved in like attending those meetings and, providing feedback. So yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you.
That's that update.
Great, so Mikey,
Yeah.
this has been a lot of work. And you have done a lot of work on behalf of the board. And so up until now, I think the process has gone really smoothly. So I just want to thank you for all the extra work that you've done behind the scenes to make the process so seamless. And to review all those resume is probably no joke. So thank you for all the work that you put in.
Thank you. It's honestly been my pleasure. Moving on, board policy 1002, governing style language review. Yes.
So I have a couple proposed edits. So some of these I've sort of expressed that I think that we need to reconsider broadly. The role of the board, we obviously have policy governance. It's very, students are the priority, but what that means in terms of how that manifests in curriculum can take many different forms. To use an example, I went to college at Amherst that had just one required course amongst a catalog for the first year seminar. Other than that, you can choose whatever course you want. It's just major requirements. That's radically different than other schools that have a very programmatic approach. Now, to some extent, obviously, the state guides the broad parameters within a public education, but how we implement and do something can be quite different than other school districts. Like Washington has a much different accelerated program when it comes to screening. We just heard earlier today that North Shore has a much different process. And these are broad systemic questions, just as an example. I don't believe that the current language, I think, doesn't preserve much of a role for the board when it comes to broad direction. And I think and how that, it's not about the board, it's about, as representatives of the community, bringing the community in and not having committees, for instance, where it's relaying information rather than genuine communication that asks for thoughts and input before a decision is made. And so my proposal is in terms of how that translates to this policy in particular, and hopefully I can be as precise as the wordsmithing and the student advisory vote, is just 3 edits. The first is striking the clause that says, oops, sorry, I'm looking at Zoom here whenever it gets magnified. Be cautious in exercising its authority to direct the superintendent. I think that the board is already very cautious. I am new to the board, but I would ask for, I don't think there's many examples of the board ever directing the superintendent. And I don't think that it adds much by having it. The second one is 3E, to accept reasonable approaches chosen by the superintendent, and I'll explain that. I think on the face that seems reasonable, but what that means is, if I only had to accept reasonable, does that mean the only things that I can say that I don't accept are unreasonable approaches? And does that mean that I can only ask questions if it's an unreasonable approach? And I think that's very limited. I don't think that the board should have to accept and not express questions or concerns about reasonable approaches. Certainly I would have concerns if it was unreasonable. The third is sort of more of a technical edit. It would be striking in the clause that the board's major policy focus will be on annual and incremental progress toward intended long-term benefits for students. I agree with. Not on the administrative, I agree with that. I think programmatic is potentially problematic. Programs can be very systemic. I think, to provide an example, a course sequence of course books could be a programmatic approach to teaching math in the elementary school, which we actually are required under law to approve. So I think if nothing else is a technical edit, there's some concerns that I have with striking programmatic, or with the programmatic clause in here, as well as I think it's vague and doesn't add much. There are many programs that I think are long. Let me pull the definition that I have of programmatic from my notes here. Just a second. Apologies. Sorry. Oh, I logged out. But anyways, the definition of programmatic is programs to achieve a long-term goal. And I understand administrative. I think programmatic, for the reasons I've set out, even a sequence of course books, I think would fall within the definition of programmatic, which were required under state law to approve. So those are my three proposed edits, my reasons why. And I would move that we vote on it, and if not, I'm fine with tabling it, but I don't think the language is currently drafted as optimal.
Well, I just learned that I didn't know what programmatic meant, because I just looked it up and there's about 10 different definitions for it, none of which were what I thought it meant. I just thought it meant related to programs.
And it might have meant operational. The operational mechanisms to achieve those results or to achieve those benefits.
I think,
I didn't think it meant programmatic textbooks. I don't think it ever meant textbooks.
So
I read it like that too. I read it like the program, but not operational. It makes sense.
right, operational makes more sense.
Is it, so is it possible to get a red line and then maybe we comment on this with the red line next time?
So it was just omissions, correct?
well, if we decide to replace programmatic with operational, then I suppose it would be a substitution. Otherwise, like my proposals were all deletions.
So my suggestion would be that we take these as like 3 separate things, because I think each of them is like a different topic and a different thing. I'm happy to like share the red line version with the board and the public and have a lengthier discussion the next time if people want to do that. Just 'cause I know everyone's exhausted. Or to try and hash it out right now. I would argue in favor of changing the word programmatic to operational, because I just don't think that everyone is on the same page, probably, who reads this about what programmatic actually means. And that is where we draw the line, is with like operational matters, and that's the language that's used elsewhere in the policies of other boards. Goals, so. Yeah. But I don't know what, like, can we just discuss whether we want to have this discussion tonight, whether we want to work on it for next time, whether we want to.
It's up to the board, but like Dan rationale makes sense in that to be cautious in exercising its authority. I feel like the sentence before, the observe clear distinction already describe our relationship. And so be cautious and exercise its authority is kind of redundant, but it doesn't, I mean, the superintendent is our employee, you know, and so I agree. So I mean, so I am ready to make a decision, but if you want to talk about the why.
I guess I just want to get a sense first of whether people want to hash it out one thing at a time tonight or put it off till next time. What
You
do we
guys want to
talk
hash it
about?
out? Or?
It'd be a whole lot easier for me. I need to see red lines. I found the second two, but I don't even know where the first one is without seeing it. This.
It's in the very first paragraph, don't it?
Generally, they seem reasonable to me, so I'm not generally opposed. I think the red line might help. If we want to hash it out next time with the red line, that's okay.
Or we could put it on the consent agenda with a red line. If anyone wants to pull it, they can pull it.
Oh, I'm not ready to put it on a consent agenda because I think it's all important stuff to
Okay,
discuss.
then.
I mean, I'm just looking at the rest of the. of what we have
Frequently on
tonight.
your language reviews, you do spend more than one
Yeah,
meeting.
you spend more than one meeting on
Reviewing your language reviews when
Well,
somewhere.
we were introduced to this before. I think Dan brought it up.
Yeah.
last
Yeah,
time.
but
We
enough
changed it
before,
before,
so-
right? Didn't we change it by like one word?
We were talking about cautious.
Right.
So my
Yeah.
concern with changing that language, and I know David has brought this up before, you know, there was first of all, I don't know if it's I don't know if the model policy has this or if it was done. I know there's a history of individuals directing the superintendent and also with regards to operational matters. I think the caution is, I think it's a general caution that we have a role and that the board as a whole can direct, but individuals don't. And we don't direct on operational issues, we direct on policy issues. And I don't see where the harm is in having that caution. It's just saying, be careful with the authority that you use. We should be, I mean, you could say that it's redundant. I'm very concerned about some of the authority that people on this board are trying to take. So I don't understand what the harm is in it being there. And I think that people need to be reminded of what our role is. It's a very clear cut role. If we want to change our governance style, then that's a whole different discussion. But for right now, it's not like it says, don't direct the superintendent. It says be cautious in exercising its authority. That's a reminder of what our role is. I don't see. We clearly need to be reminded of that.
So, okay, so it sounds like we want to have the discussion tonight. Is the sense that I'm getting? So let's go ahead and have. this
I'm not
discussion.
saying that, I'm just saying,
So I think it's 1003 that talks about individual members. This is the board, and I think that's pretty clear from the first sentence. So it's talking about the board being cautious and exercising its authority to direct the superintendent. There's a prohibition on directing the superintendent for individual members, which I think is appropriate. So I see your concern, and I think it's already addressed in 1003.
the very next point says make collective rather than individual decisions.
Yeah, so like my overall take on these three proposed changes is that, I'm also cautious about taking out the part about being cautious. I don't believe that it's redundant. I think that it makes a really important point that the board shouldn't just be like willy-nilly, instructing the superintendent to do, X, Y, Z without thought, like that it's a power that we have, but it's a power that we should use judiciously. I'd be okay with the language change or change to judicious or whatever. Is this what we changed before?
We
No.
I think it
We
can.
talked about it.
Or we talked about it, okay.
Yeah.
Like judicious and exercising authority, but I do think that if you look at the changes further down, I actually kind of have an issue with accept reasonable approaches chosen by the superintendent. I haven't really thought about it before, but it's like that's sort of obligating us to accept, any reasonable solution offered by a superintendent. I'm happy to wax on that one, and then I do think instead of programmatic, it should say operational. I think that's a much clearer language and much more in keeping with the language that we typically use in describing the difference in the roles between the board and the superintendent. So I don't know if you guys want to go from the bottom up. So what else?
Are we
Change it to
talking about it
operational?
tonight? And then
It sounds like,
or
I'm
we
sorry,
already-
we're kind of flip flopping a little bit tonight. I feel like we should just talk about it tonight then. We can see the next meeting budget stuff. And there's not actually that much more because there's a lot of stuff that's on the consent agenda, so.
So I'm not gonna fall on my sword on the first one. I mean, it's the whole board. So, I mean, if 3 people take action, then I think they should feel free to take action. And if 2 people want to raise the concern, or 1 person, that those 3 or 4 individuals aren't being cautious and exercising their authority, I mean, fine. So I'm not gonna fall on the sword about that, but yeah, so I'm okay with leaving that in. But I just, as I said, I don't think the board has directed the superintendent or has much of a history of directing the
We
superintendent.
have shown a lot of history of it collectively as a board, not us, not this group, but like in the past, like that's how we went through so many superintendents and.
There's a danger of, we're just putting things in because of the past, and so we should make policies that are as open and clear as possible, because, you know, from this be cautious, I can feel like there's a pen other thing, like be nice, you know, be ethical. I mean, so I guess it's kind of, for me, it is the nature that there's 5 of us who are voting. The setup itself is prudent, right? And if we are a diverse collection of board members, then in the end, and then through the deliberation back and forth, right, we are being prudent. And we're not just like of one mindset, right? So by the nature of our operation, we are being cautious and prudent. But then I just feel it's unnecessary and it's very big. And if we want to add that, I would like to add 5 more things we should be as well. So that's where I'm just like, so I personally would, I would support getting rid of it.
Do we want to break this into 3 parts? And I'm waiting for someone to.
Make a motion.
Yeah.
I move that we consider the proposed revisions as discussed sequentially with a vote for each proposed revision, beginning from the bottom with the programmatic to operational change. And then the second one would be the 3E.
I'm just trying to say one at a time.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, is there a second for that?
Second.
All in favor of changing programmatic to operational, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. No nays and no abstentions, that passes, right?
Student.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Oh my God. I was gonna need some serious retraining. Maybe you guys. Votes first. They're both yays and 5 more yays, so total 5-0 in terms of what gets recorded. That passes. Thank you. Yeah. Number
I move that we strike 3E and then make the just technical revision and put and between C and D for paragraph 3.
We have a second.
I'd like to help. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Can you repeat that, Dan?
Oh, I move that we strike 3E and then just make the ancillary and, I mean, the grammatical revision that would follow from striking the clause.
Oh, yes, the and from D needs to move up
So
to C.
C and D.
Yes.
Deborah, do you need to?
I'm not seconding it. I want to make sure there's a discussion before.
I second it.
Okay. I'm retraining myself. Is there a discussion? Should we want to discuss? Go.
I don't agree with accepting reasonable approaches chosen by the superintendent gives the superintendent operational authority. And the way that I'm interpreting reasonable in that sentence is that as long as it aligns with the values, vision, and mission of the board and its policies, that's what defines reasonable. I don't think you need to go from, reasonable to unreasonable. I think the whole point is to avoid interference of directing operational decisions. That's the way that I read it. If the wording needs to change, I think that's fine. I'm getting very, very, very concerned about attempts to direct operations. And again, if we need to change our governance policy or discuss it, we should do so. But I'm very concerned about nitpicking these policies that have been put into place after years and years and years of thought and hard work, based on a guess as to what it might mean. And if we're gonna make such a substantive change like that, based on someone's definition that the opposite of reasonable is unreasonable, and that's what it means, I have grave concerns about the direction this board is going.
So this policy's been revised by my count 11 times. So to take these as the 10 commandments, I think is a little far reaching. I explained what it is. Like, this interfaces obviously with the following board policy 1003 that puts significant limitations on any individual board's actions, that I think covers any concerns, and actually all the concerns that you've raised about individual board members taking action. I think what this does is just saying that once a course of action, what I worry about is that what this says is once a course of action has been announced by a superintendent, that is reasonable, because again, like, if taking the Amherst example of like no required courses, that would be reasonable under the name of student choice. That then board members cannot question and have to accept that decision is being in furtherance of our values and mission.
But E doesn't say that. It doesn't say that we can't question and, make different recommendations or any of those things. It says exactly what it says.
Well, what is acceptable?
So my issue, now this has been raised, my issue with E as it stands right now is that it's in the context of board members' duty, the board's duties in terms of like conducting meetings with maximum effectiveness and efficiency. So people should come prepared. They should, interact with courtesy and civility. They should respect people's times and the public's times by not commentating redundantly. They should base their decisions on student impact and district resources. And then they should accept reasonable approaches chosen by the superintendent. Like that's obligating, like if an approach could be considered reasonable by someone, that kind of obligates the board to choose that and takes away the board's right to form its own opinion about something.
Yeah, I feel again, this policy is becoming, that's the wording, because we vote on things. If we're gonna vote on things, right, then whatever the board comes out, then I don't think we need to have this. Right, once we vote on it, then we move forward, but then it goes against the whole nature of our each having a vote. So that it doesn't follow through with all the A, B, C, and D. It's kind of a separate kind of. So anyway, so that's why I just don't feel like it fits, and it's not necessary by the nature of our voting on matters.
I think the other reason this has been there is, clearly you can build a car 10 different ways. And there might not be, there are obviously trade-offs between all of it. And so the board might have a different idea of how to build this car than the superintendent has chosen. And is that a reason to disagree on what you're doing or not? And is that a reason to reverse course on what you're doing or not? If the approach is reasonable, it's efficient, it's got different trade-offs than what you want. Should the board accept it, or should the board be voting against it? And I think this is suggesting that you should accept the superintendent's actions in that
But
case.
should that be an individual? Should it be into the individual board policy versus the whole board?
This is for the whole.
I know, but so what you were saying, should that be part of like, hey, as you're discerning, then taking consideration in your vote?
Well, to give a concrete example, I've given it before, the former superintendent of Seattle Public Schools, Denise Chanel, said that she believed the AP courses should be eliminated. That, in order to further equitable considerations. That is a reasonable interpretation of advancing admission statement. I don't believe that a board, when seeing that, should say, okay, you know what, that's a reasonable interpretation of the values and we can't question it. Because the definition of accept is the believer come to recognize an opinion or explanation is valid or correct. And I don't think that any reasonable implementation has to be consented to, again, like that the whole board, like technically, I think under this would have to say, you know what, like that's reasonable. We can't question it.
Your example is tremendously flawed. Our number one fundamental is rigorous academics, and that's advanced learning opportunities. So it would be an unreasonable position based on the board's values, vision, and mission to support that.
I don't know. I mean, I've heard that AP is a label that you have to teach to a curriculum, and that it might be, when I was at the high school, I was in a humanities block that was the most rigorous course that was offered senior year that was not AP. So I think there would be a very valid explanation saying, you know what, in order to give a more rigorous education, we should eliminate teaching to a test. They're arbitrary. Schools or colleges are deprioritizing them. And again, the question is whether that happens or not. The language here, I think, read on its face, would arguably say, you know what, the board, you can't question that decision because there is a reasonable basis to believing that it accomplishes these very abstract principles.
I guess one question is that actually happening? Is that something that we need to worry about? Is someone saying to the board, you board can't do this because you're violating this policy, letter E? Like, I'm just asking genuinely, like, is that something that's come up?
Well, I've also asked, like, at least, I mean, as it pertains, I mean, well, I'm sorry.
So I guess I feel like.
What is accomplished?
Yeah, if we could move that wording to somewhere else, even within this policy, where it's not stated as one of the basic responsibilities of the board.
Because I don't think it's, yeah, I mean, the whole function, like, we're elected officials. We have different opinions and different votes. And so, this is like after a vote has been, then how do we support it? But it's just, for me, a policy, even though we haven't done anything, is unnecessary. And if we're doing a language cleanup, let's just get rid of unnecessary stuff in there. That doesn't really help.
I would just want to go back and point out to Megan Ty's point that this section 4 is about your meetings. I'm sorry, 3 rather, is about your meetings, and the listing of A, B, C, D, and E is to ensure that the board's business meetings are conducted with maximum effectiveness and efficiency. Members will consider A through E. So I just want to caution, I think, a much broader conversation about this applying to absolutely everything rather than in a context of keeping your meetings effective and efficient.
Yeah, but it's also our meeting. So I think to have the superintendent direct the meeting, you know what I mean? And so I think there is a work relationship that we should be cordial, we should be respectful, all that, but it is kind of, again, out of context. Here's that. If it's pertaining to meetings.
The meetings are the only place where as a group we can discuss.
Decisions.
Right? Like,
Yeah.
decisions that are being made, so.
I don't think it takes away anything from the superintendent. It's about just the board.
I move that we adopt the proposed revision of striking.
There's already a motion.
Okay,
It's already
then,
been motioned.
then I think there's already been a second, so it should be closed or?
Yeah, let's
Sorry, go
go.
ahead. Is that right?
No, I think that you're now on discussion.
We're in discussion, yeah, we already had a motion in a second.
Yeah.
I was just articulating that you've had a motion. and a
Yes,
second.
thank you. So students first, or do you choose to go after?
Abstain.
I understand. Two student abstentions.
That's a first.
Yeah. Everything we do is.
That's fascinating.
All in favor of striking item E from section 3 of board policy 1002, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
And that passes by a vote of 3 to 2. You want to do third one?
I move that we strike the clause, be cautious in exercising its authority to direct the superintendent.
Which letter was that?
It's in the first paragraph.
I'm trying to get there, sorry. No. Right there. I've been highlighting.
Oh, okay.
Second it.
I
Discussion?
Yeah, so I find that this part much more problematic. Like, I don't think there's any harm in reminding the board to be
I'm sorry,
cautious.
did we have a second?
Yeah, we
you
did. We did. I don't think there's any harm in reminding the board to be cautious about exercising its authority. Like, I don't see the harm in that. Like, the superintendent should be cautious in exercising their authority. We should be cautious in exercising our authority. Like it's never bad to be reminded to be cautious when you're talking about people's jobs or kids or curriculum.
And one of the things we discussed earlier is perhaps empowering committees, right, in order to create communication that goes below and in more depth in the surface level of dissemination of information. If that committee had a scope of authority, right, sort of like the instructional materials committee, arguably that had recommendation power or other actual authority, I think there would be an argument that this clause, as currently written, would counsel against that. Because if there was a recommendation that then came to the board in the same way that we approve instructional materials, right, on the consent agenda, and if we created other committees that did something similar, courses, right, we approve materials, but not the courses in which the materials are in, right? It's just a hypothetical or a series of courses, right? And we empowered a committee to do so. I think this language would suggest that we could, well, as I said,
I just think you're getting way ahead of yourself
Okay.
because you're talking about a hypothetical structure that we don't even have yet and how that might interact with this.
You do have committees that have had authority. I will use the long range facilities master planning as a committee. The ultimate though is to come to this board for approval of that. And the board did approve that plan when it came forward after much committee work with, I think we said there was about 40 folks on that, staff and community members. So you do have, to use your example, it is the board that makes that ultimate decision. That is your responsibility as the board.
The board also made the decision to create the facilities master plan. So there was
And I'm sure
board
they did it
direction at the beginning and board direction at the end.
Yeah.
as long as there's an understanding for further discussion that if the board collectively thought that it would be beneficial to form committees with a scope of authority beyond being advised on what the administration, the actions that are being taken,
That's just a whole different.
okay, that's, so I'm fine with not making a motion and keeping the language as presented for the first.
So are you officially withdrawing your motion?
Yes, I will withdraw.
Excellent, thank
So we
you.
can have it for the record.
Yes.
Can that be done after a second? Just-
Yeah.
Okay,
The person who made it.
I just
I think
asked,
as part of discussion.
just asking, making sure.
My feedback on those two things, about a year into board membership, I wait to see if it's still important or not. That would be my number one feedback around both those. And then my number two feedback would be,
Sorry, when you say both of those, you mean like,
so this one and the next one, we did, I voted for one that I passed, the two I didn't vote for. That'd be my number one feedback, to see if a year from now if it matters. My second feedback would be, I'd love to know anyone who, almost to your point, who's really been called for violating these things.
Yeah.
But it struck a chord with you.
Well,
And that is actually interesting.
Yeah, well, I just want to sort of frame perhaps the larger sort of questions of, do we want more committees that have a scope of authority, whether it's the capital and technology levy budget, whether it's curriculum, and to start having that conflict, because right now the language that we have is very
I've got to
narrow.
rewrite
Okay.
it because that's
Okay.
not on our agenda
Yep.
for tonight, so we really can't get into that.
Got it.
discussion. But
Okay, moving on.
feel free to bring it up in the future. Okay, moving on. Subject E, board policy, no, we already did that. Did we?
You did not do 1-0.
I feel like I'm seeing the same. Oh,
You
I'm
did
on page- I'm on
1002,
page
now
off,
you need to do
sorry.
1003.
That's what happens when you print the
1002.
extremely detailed agenda. Okay. Okay, board policy 1003. Yeah, it's post monitoring language review. So this is just for discussion. Haven't had any comments or input from anyone, anybody? Nope. Okay. Item C, yeah. Sorry, David.
I was gonna say, I make a motion, we approve the consent agenda as published. Is that right?
No, we've still got one
Oh,
more
we do.
language review, which is item C, board policy 1004, monitoring board governance process and board superintendent relationship policies, language review. This is like the monitoring extra schedule, like fall, winter, spring, et cetera, that has us go through all our policies as we just did. Any input, comments, changes? No. Okay, now you're on.
Okay. I move we approve the consent agenda as published.
All, ooh.
Yeah.
We've got 2 yeas, all in favor of the consent agenda as published. Say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. No nays, no abstentions, that's 5-0. That is a lot of things on that consent agenda. Okay, now we are ready for superintendent announcements.
Just 2 quick announcements, just a reminder to the board that you have your final site visit for this school year next Thursday on St. Patrick's Day, otherwise known as March 11th at Islander Middle School. I believe it starts at 7:30. And we'll be getting that agenda out probably tomorrow with that schedule. So hope that you'll all be able to be there. 7:30 to 10:30 is that schedule for the INS visit. And then the second one, just wanted to remind the board, in the update last week was an item about a vaping lawsuit. And I'll keep it on the update for you again this week, so you can read through that, so that we will need to have a discussion about that as an agenda item or not at our next meeting. And that is all I have for announcements.
Great. Board announcements, inquiries, and reports, legislative report.
Yeah, I'll keep this quick, but 3 pieces of good news, so a good way to end it. The first is House Bill 1590, passed the legislature yesterday. Mercer Island should receive about $2 million under enrollment stabilization. The formula that was ultimately adopted is 50% of the delta between the pre-pandemic enrollment numbers and the enrollment numbers for the current year. The second is that under the 16, this number must not be right. I have 1664, but I think that's Deborah's piece of legislation, which I'll end with, or something that she was involved with. The prototypical funding formula There's some needed increases for the social emotional staff, providing more counselors. It's on the margins, but definitely in the right direction. So it's something we can all be happy about. And then the last, which I believe is 1644, is legislation which Deborah contacted Congress Representative Sen about, who introduced language that allows, when it comes to the transportation levy, to have infrastructure and related environmental impact studies, which will put us in a good position for when we go forward with the levy in the future. So thank you for that. And I think, 3 good pieces of news.
Yeah.
Other board reports? Deborah?
No.
David?
Yeah, I think, thank you for the summary on Black History Month, and it's certainly great to hear all of that, all that went on. I do think, we should have a reflection. It would be nice to, a reflection of some sort around, we certainly got some community feedback around it. I think we talked about a diversity discussion as well during the PTA meeting, PTA linkage. We should think some more about how we want to talk about diversity and at least bring our community along with this. So that would just be my one piece from talking to community members and talking around this. We don't want to be in the same situation that other cities are in, where this becomes so contentious. I mean, speaking as a person of color, this is great to at least have somebody care when bad things are said and all that. I knew growing up, it just didn't matter, as I said earlier. You get so used to it that you wonder why it matters to anybody else. And it's clearly the wrong place to be in a mental model. And that's what happens. So we don't want that to be the case, and we don't want to lose a good thing. So that would be some feedback. But other than that, that's all I've got.
Since you brought that up, you made me think. And I have a thought.
Sure, your thoughts.
Sure. So when you said that, David, it is, I saw a lot of wonderful things happen, right? But it makes me think about how, as we're trying to, we get so excited about things, and when it's not a system kind of built up, and we're not taking people along, then when things are just introduced right here, people, maybe what you're saying, so some of the community is not ready for it. And then we do a disservice for those who are innovating, right? Because then they might not be supported. And so when you say the feedback, that's making me think about how are we starting that conversation that builds up to something larger. But right now, when we're just all individually kind of trying to do the work, it in effect may be more harmful than helpful, or it may, because I want to support those who are taking this risk, who are embracing this, right? And how do we as a system from the board support all that? Otherwise, they might be kind of like an island by themselves, and they might not feel supported. So actually just talking about that, it makes me think about this whole feedback process is like getting the community along, but also so that those who are really embracing doing the work, that they're not doing in isolation.
They're not impeded, and it can continue, and their voices aren't silenced.
Right,
either.
I agree. And there's also the element of, there are all these studies about if you disagree with somebody, like how to find common ground with them, like rather than being like, well, you're wrong and here's why, you're wrong, you're horrible, here's why. It's like find the common ground and like start at a place where you can kind of come together and move forward together. I'm sorry, this is turning into like a whole side discussion. So I'll keep to my own board report, which is it's just been meetings. So we had a school district city leadership meeting on the 17th. I attended PTA Council DEI committee meeting on February 28th with some excellent discussions. The superintendent's equity advisory committee on March 3rd. And I subbed for Deborah at the Island Park PAC on Tuesday, which was lovely. And learning about kind of their specific plans for, removing masks and keeping other things in place, and also had some great discussion with parents who were asking for resources for talking with kids about Ukraine, for which Principal Hoffman is going to ask their librarian for some suggestions. So those are the meetings and things that I went to. I agree with doing a little like reflecting and kind of thinking about where kind of as a community, I will say, having done all of these interviews with superintendents from across the country and assistant superintendents and so forth, we are so lucky in this district that the level of discourse that we have is so civilized, like so cordial compared to districts where they're, people are picketing each other and like they have to evacuate their meeting spaces and things like that. We've been very, very lucky in a lot of senses throughout this pandemic and throughout this very tumultuous time in our history. So, I look forward to supporting our teachers with what they're doing, our administration with what they're doing, and kind of starting to think ahead for next year, what our commitment is as a board, and what our goals are and kind of what we want to support kind of going forward. So thank you, everyone. I need a motion to adjourn.
A motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in,
Oh, yes. Anyone was counting,
Okay,
so.
so motion, all in favor of adjourning this meeting, please say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned at 9:59. We almost made 10.
We have papers to sign.
Sorry, 9. Yes, we have papers to sign. Don't go anywhere.